My name's 𝐒𝐡𝐚𝐭 and today we are deciding whether or not OP is or is not the asshole. Bam bam bam! Bam bam bam! Shove this over there. Okay, there we go. I need to clear off my desk. I need to... Does anybody else, when they're cleaning, it's like, when they're trying to clean and organize stuff, it's like everything is just like constantly shifting positions, right? It's like you pick up everything off of the floor and like 25% of that goes to the closet floor to be sorted. 25% of it goes to like the desk to be sorted. 25% of it goes to the garbage. But then it's like, it's not even like all garbage. You've got to sort like the recyclables and stuff. It's like, oh my god. Oh my god! Your closet has a floor. Isn't that normal? What do you mean your closet has a floor? Question mark. Isn't that normal? Huh? What are you asking me right now? What are you asking me right now? What do you mean my closet has a floor? Question mark. I think that's pretty normal. As for everything you cleaning, I hope she cleaned the bathroom floor. You can, thank you. How would you know anything about cleaning, Pippa? Because I have to clean my own damn room! Ah, your closet isn't a bottomless pit. First day as bottomless pit manager. I haven't cleaned in at least 3 months. Man. My method for cleaning is everything is fine until... basically until I step on something. My method of cleaning is either A, until I step on something and it hurts and then it makes me mad, and then I clean angrily to like god damn it, I stepped on something that fucking hurts, oh my fucking god, and then I gotta clean it up. And then the second way that makes me clean is if it starts smelling. Cause like I have really bad allergies and stuff. Speaking of which, I should probably take a freaking Claritin! I don't know where I put them. Everything's moved right now. Moldkin, yeah, if anything starts to go bad, right? Like if I have enough dishes where something is starting to go bad, it's usually cups of coffee, right? I usually have a bunch of cups of coffee on my desk. And if something like coffee only lasts like I give coffee like 5 days before it starts to go like rancid, right? So like if that smell starts, it's like fuck, I gotta clean off my desk. I gotta clean off my goddamn desk. All right. 5 days, yeah, that's when it starts to smell bad. Or if you eat food, right? It's like a lot of food only lasts like 3 days, and then you gotta get that shit out of there. Sebastian, my brother, you 9 months. I'm alive. I'm bored. I'm erasing to frickin' form. Who leaves leftover coffee? Me. Man. Some people never wash, only rinse their coffee cups. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. Disgusting. You too can try fermented coffee. True! Go to shop.phase-connect.com and you can pick up some coffee. I question your face gonna coffee review. Excuse me? Excuse me? Terminal Prophet, thank you. I've been watching this rabbit for 3 months. Time flies. Hell yeah, brother. Glad you stuck around. Alright. Chat. Am I? What? I didn't know I had the pitch on. I didn't know I had the pitch on. I was trying to do like a dramatic reading and it just starts squeaking. Okay. Am I the asshole for leaving the weekend after my wife agreed to host Easter at our house without consulting me. These ones are always fun. I like the ones where it's like, am I the asshole because my spouse wanted to do something that would be like totally normally acceptable? And yeah, it would have been polite if they had asked first, but instead of like being reasonable in the absence of just general politeness, am I the asshole for taking it to such an extreme where it's like, you know, my wife, she invited the father-in-law over for the weekend and she didn't tell me that she was going to do so, which is pretty rude. So in response, I changed the locks on the house and now neither of them can get in. Am I the asshole? She's mad at me. She's texting me saying she wants a divorce and this is so fucked up and I can't believe she would do this. And then you look at the comments and the comments are like, nah, bro, she's the asshole because she didn't ask. And if she had just asked, you know, then like you wouldn't have needed to like change the locks. I think you're totally justified in changing the locks. In fact, I think you should just burn the entire fucking house down and divorce her. I think you should divorce her. And you should take everything in the divorce. Crazy bitch. You should check, am I the devil? We have never heard of that. Am I the devil? Am I the devil? We'll take a look at that. We'll take a look at that. Sounds good to me. All right. My wife, 38 female, and I, 39 male, have been married for 12 years and have 3 kids, 11, 8, and 6. We live reasonably close to family on both our sides. Our house isn't huge by any means, but it's big enough for our family. However, no one else on my wife's side of the family lives in a house. Her siblings all either rent homes with roommates or live in apartments. Her parents downsized into a smaller townhome about 5 years ago. As a result, anytime her family wants to get together for a holiday or special occasion, we are the ones who end up hosting. It's not even a discussion with her family anymore. Everyone just assumes that we are going to be the ones who host. We at least rotate major holidays between my family and hers, but my siblings and parents can also host gatherings. So hosting duties are spread out amongst all of us. I just want to say this would drive me insane. This would drive me absolutely insane. If this was the scenario that I was in, I am 39 male, my wife 38 female, we have 3 kids, 11, 8, and 6. If all of like our family members on both sides are like, by the way, we have to host Christmas at your house because our house isn't small enough. That's like, okay, right? That's like, you know, that fucking sucks. But all right, I understand, you know, sacrifices must be made. I have the biggest house. Everybody can come here. I don't like it. And, you know, if somebody wants to like maybe rent a townhouse or something for like an Airbnb or something, like a vacation rental, just for like the meantime, you know, like during the holiday, like, you know, I'll put some money towards that. I'll put some money towards that if it means not everybody's fucking stuck inside my house the entire holiday. But, you know, that's okay. That's okay. But if it's like, we have to host every event at your house. You, Pipkin Pippa, 39 male, and your wife, 38 female, and your 3 kids, 11, 8, and 6. We have to host. We have to bring in a bunch more people. I know there's already 5 of you in this one house. But we need to bring everybody over every time there's a holiday. Not just Christmas, not just Thanksgiving, but birthdays and other events and fucking weddings or whatever the hell. You know, everybody's got to pile into your house. I would go insane. I would go insane. Yeah, it's my house, not a hotel. Pippa 39 now. They said they live nearby. I doubt anybody stays there overnight. I hope not. But like even if her parents or whatever live nearby and so not everybody is spending the night, right? If Christmas and everything is being hosted at your house, people are definitely staying over, right? If people like I just I don't know. Maybe it really is just limited to their parents, but I don't believe it. There's got to be cousins and stuff coming over, you know? And people are inviting like their friends or their relatives or whatever that aren't like so connected to you. You know what I mean? They're still imposing on you? Yeah. It's still, yeah. Weddings, funerals, baptisms, births, Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas, all of them. Like, yeah, that's just too much, Sebastian Monroe. That's just too much. It's too much. 𝐿𝐴𝐚𝐭, thank you. The one and only Peepa is in the house. A superstar in my screen. So fly. Yeah, here. But every Thanksgiving, Christmas, 4th of July, Easter, etc. that we spend with her family, we host. You see, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I'd cap this off at Thanksgiving and Christmas. All right, 4th of July. Why do you need to come over to my house for 4th of July? Let's go down to the river and watch the fireworks. Let's go into the city to like try out like a barbecue festival or something. Like, why are you all coming over to my house every single holiday? Easter, this is another one. You don't need to come over to my house. We can go to like an Easter egg hunt, you know, like take the kids out. Let them go find eggs at the park or whatever. You know, we don't need to be piling everybody into my goddamn house for this. Bearded Mountain, thank you. Background noise, thank you. At some point, it's not really your house anymore. It's just, it's too much. It's farm life is a good life. Nobody to pasteurize. If this is like, there's like some properties, right, where it's like they have the main house and then they have like a guest house out back. If that was the situation, it would be entirely different. It would be because they're not staying like in the house with me. You know what I mean? And if they're out there doing that at like the guest house space, it's over at the guest house space. You know? I don't want... It's like the main thing is like I like my privacy, right? And when you already have that many people living in one house, that's just a lot. That's just a lot to manage. That's a lot of like traffic in the hallways. That's a lot of people like in the kitchen taking up resources and stuff, right? Where it's like, it's not like a matter of like how much they're spending, right? It's like, oh no, I have to share my food with you. Like, that's fine. That's fine. It's just the amount of people in the space constantly doing stuff, constantly moving around. Too much body heat. Yeah, a lot of noise. Yeah, all that cleaning that you're gonna have to do just to like maintain that basic space, right? Where it's like if they're off in like a guest house or something, if you are so lucky that you have like a guest house on your property, like then it's like, all right, they're kind of responsible for their own mess, right? There's no expectation that you're gonna have to like follow up behind them because it's like you're the one that knows where everything goes. It's like when they're in the guest house, like that's their space to deal with. You know what I mean? They're still probably gonna leave a mess. You're still gonna have to go through and like go do up the laundry and stuff after. But like at least it's like their space. It's still your property. It's still your property. It's like I don't mind them coming on my property and stuff. It's just like this many times in a year and like you're basically acting as host every time. It's just too much for me personally. And her family are not the best guests. They will bring food if we ask, but anytime there is cleanup or other help, they are nowhere to be found. That doesn't surprise me. This is the thing, right? Like, if you have the guest house, it's like they can trash the guest house, but they're also staying in the guest house. You know what I mean? So, like, if they're dirtying up that space, they're the ones that have to manage it because, like, I'm not encroaching on their space to go clean up after them, right? That would be like me overstepping the boundaries that they have set, right? So there's like the expectation that they'll clean that. I need to like fix my tracking. There we go. Like the mess is isolated. Exactly. Exactly. It's man, like it reminds me of when we had to host Christmas and New Year's for over 40 family members when I was a kid. I wanted to drown in the pool. That's too much. That's too much. In my culture, it's rude to ask guests to clean up. I think that's like normal, right? By like America standards as well, right? Like if you're having if you're hosting like a party or whatever, right? Like it's Thanksgiving dinner. You don't ask the relatives and stuff to help clean up, but if they offer, you graciously accept. But you can ask the kids to help clean up, right? Because then it's like you're making like the parents and stuff happy too, because the parents feel like their kid is like being productive and polite, you know? They will bring food. Okay. I have expressed my dislike of this arrangement to my wife numerous times. She has insisted that I not say anything to her family about it and to let her handle it. However, nothing has ever changed. Well, like, how is she gonna handle it? This is like... Yeah, you're teaching the kid responsibility or something, yeah. A guest should clean without being asked. True. Private can, thank you. I'm glad we don't have any holidays involving neighbors. This sounds like a pain in the ass. This is... I would downsize to a smaller house just to not have to deal with this. Yeah, I'm curious, like, what these two people actually talked about, right? Like, what did he say to his wife? Like, I dislike that we host every single event at our house. And she was like, don't worry, I'll handle it. Well, what's, like, how's she gonna handle it? Do you actually know? Or are you just, like... Are you just, like, hoping she'll sort something out, but you don't exactly know what? I feel like this is something you should establish. And then, well, thank you for child labor. Let's go. We hosted Christmas for her family this year, and it sucked. People showed up late, forgot the food they were supposed to bring. No one helped with cleaning. People let their kids make messes, etc. This is a non-issue. People showing up late, who cares? Why are you mad about this? You're 38 years old. No, they said they were gonna show up by 4, but they showed up at 6. Dinner had already started. Okay. So you're gonna have to, like, get up and open the door? Oh, hi, welcome. Take a seat. Whatever. Like, you knew they were coming anyway, so you just, like, set the chairs out for them, right? Or you, like, set out a space for them. If they show up, they show up. If they don't show up, they don't show up. What do you... What? Yeah, someone's late! It's so over! It's so over! How could they arrive late? I'm 38 years old! Or 39 years old, sorry. I can't handle when somebody's late to Thanksgiving. I might as well fucking die. Forgot the food they were supposed to bring. I mean, this is kind of rude, but like... I wouldn't set this expectation to begin with, right? I wouldn't set this expectation. Personally, like, if it was me and I'm hosting, like, these big events or whatever, I would be like, okay, everybody, like, pays a share towards, like, catering. Because I'm sure as hell not cooking. I'm sure as hell not cooking, right? And it's like, if they don't want to cook something, I'm not gonna, like, make them cook something either, you know? Yeah, like, just get pizza. Like, just get pizza. Get something, you know? Like, who... If it's a potluck, you would bring something? Well, if you know people are not, like, bringing their food that they're supposed to bring. Like, I assume this is a recurring issue. If it's not a recurring issue, I don't know. This just seems like such a, like, whiny thing to fixate on. Right? Maybe I'm too pessimistic, but, like, I don't understand why you would go into, like, a dinner like this expecting everybody to follow through on every plan perfectly. If you put somebody in charge of, like, getting the ham for Thanksgiving or getting the turkey for Thanksgiving, like, you can call the day before and see, which is kind of annoying. But just in general, like, I don't know why you would put that responsibility on somebody else. Like, generally people are not good at keeping up with stuff like this. And I don't know, it's just like, it's a holiday. I'm not gonna... I don't know, maybe I'm being too lenient, but it just feels like I wouldn't expect anybody to, like, actually go out of their way to do anything. You know? Stepminder, thank you. Pippa cooking, God forbid. Frostbit, thank you. My family Christmas sometimes totals 87 people. I do all the cooking, which takes 2 days to do and costs up to $600. You're insane. You're insane. I would not do that. I would not do that. Small symptoms of the overall problem. I think you're being too lenient. It's like... It's annoying, right? But, like, how can you reasonably deal with this? What are you gonna do? Go up to your wife's brother and be like, you didn't bring the fucking macaroni salad. You were supposed to bring the macaroni salad. If you have an issue with it, if you need the macaroni salad, be like, okay, I'll spot you the cash or whatever. Go to the store and pick up the macaroni salad before we start dinner. There you go. Go get macaroni salad. Done. And if they're like, no, I don't think I will go get macaroni salad. Well, okay, what are you gonna do then? On Christmas? Stuff like Walmart's open on Christmas. There's plenty of stores open on Christmas nowadays. Dradic, thank you. Pippa, this is just common courtesy. If they're showing up for free, they need to bring a dish to pay for their spot. Otherwise, they're freeloading. They're family. Of course they're freeloading. Would I hope that they would bring a side dish or whatever, or something to contribute? Yes. I would hope that they would want to contribute. Would I expect that they would actually do it? No. No, I would not expect anything of anybody. Either they're going to do it or they're not. I'm not going to get caught up on it. I'm just going to expect that they're not going to do it and make plans for the worst case scenario. You know what I mean? It's like, because at the end of the day, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal, right? Like, it's like, should they have brought something? Yes, but they didn't. So, oh well. Oh well. Keep up, thank you. And if they don't, well, would you kick them out? Exactly. Shy Guy, thank you. I love being the freeloading family member. Lee Red Wheel, thank you. In this economy? What do you mean in this economy? If it's like a financial concern, like I can't afford to like get food for everybody, then it's like you tell people what to bring. If they don't bring it, you tell them to go get it day of. Super Bear, thank you. They're 5 minutes late and they don't bring my triple bean burrito. Sigh, Rax shotgun, guess it's time. And told thank you. Base Pippa, expectations are just resentments waiting to happen. True. Samuel, thank you. If they don't bring anything, they shouldn't whine when there's not a lot of food. I think that's true. I think that's entirely true, Samuel. I think if somebody comes to Christmas dinner and like 4 people didn't bring side dishes and people are like, where's all the side dishes? Well, it's like, well, you know, you just be straight with them, you know? You just be honest. Well, some people were supposed to bring side dishes, but everybody failed to do so except fucking Aunt Catherine or whatever, you know? Like, it's just the reality of the situation. Versus Kids, thank you. In our family, if you say you bring something, you bring it. That dish is now part of the plan. At least pick up something if you can't make it. People would be passive-aggressive? That's not being passive-aggressive. Being passive-aggressive would be like hosting the dinner or whatever and nobody says anything and you're like, sure would have been great if everybody had brought the side dishes. But if people are whining, if people are like, oh man, there's not enough food, you'd be like, well, yeah, people were supposed to bring side dishes and they didn't. So there's not enough food. It's a little bit basic. Yeah, it's not a big deal, but if they eat all the white meat, get out. Meek Little Mouse, thank you. Promise my bro I'd totally catch his art stream. Showed up 3 minutes before at the end because of work. Still fulfilled my promise though. Bitchin'. Hell yeah. Just watch the VOD. Just watch the VOD. But then they blame the host? Well, then they can host Christmas at their house. Who cares? Who the hell cares? Oh no, the family's mad at me because I didn't bring the side dishes that other people were supposed to bring. Well, I did my part. I told them to bring it, and then day of, I told them to go get it, and if they still don't want to, go host Christmas at your household. I don't fucking care. Yeah, if it's so important, you can host. I'm doing this for free, bitch. Doesn't matter, thank you. Pippa, your solution is fine once or twice, but when it happens 3 or 4 times every year, you get tired of it, and eventually you snap. Why would you let it continue to happen like that? Right? Here's the thing, you know, like, if you have a problem, you can just solve it. If people aren't bringing side dishes, then you can call up ahead of time and be like, I don't know exactly how you would do this, but something like, okay, well, we're doing Christmas dinner. Can everybody pitch in like $5 or whatever so I can pick up enough side dishes for everybody? You know, like money's tight this year. Whatever, whatever you need to do, just solve the problem. It's that easy. It's that easy. Just figure out what the problem is and solve it ahead of time. $5? Well, if you have like 40 people or whatever, if only half of them bring $5, That's still enough to pick up some fucking side dishes or whatever are the ingredients for the side dishes if you need to make them yourselves. Ezra Forever, thank you for $10. 10 GPPs! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Here to the mountain, thank you. Now you tell them once if they don't get on board, you name and shame them at the table. Pass the salad. Oh wait, Ethel didn't bring it easy! Oh my god. If you had like the balls to do that. Nick, thank you. My aunt hosted an absolute dog shit lunch one time and hasn't hosted since. We're pretty sure she did it intentionally. Based. It's like, I don't believe in being like, oh, I need to be a perfectionist about this dinner that everybody pawned off on me that I didn't want to host to begin with, right? Like, I'm going to give my best reasonable effort. And then anything beyond that, like, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I don't fucking care, dude. I am putting in the effort that was expected of me initially. And if other people don't follow through, if you want to, like, blame that on me, go for it. Go for it. You can host the dinner. That's not my problem. It's not my problem that you're mad that other people didn't bring side dishes. Halcyon Yeti, thank you. I'm high and your screen is making me sick. What? Person who sold his wife, thank you. Being passive-aggressive is hosting a party with 10 people in a 100 square feet apartment and locked the door. Boomzilla, thank you. Holidays are funny in my house because my dad and his two brothers are chefs. So it's just them trying to show each other up and there's always too much food for all of our families. That's based as hell. Shadowfire, thank you. Here's some money for the side dishes. Oh, thank you. We buy it, thank you. This is why holiday dinner is on paper plates and plastic cups. Mess in the trash instead of in the sink. True. Absolutely true, Weeb Iron. I think people earn the right to use the nice dishware and shit, right? You earn the privilege of using the metal forks and the actual dishes. You don't start with that. We're starting, everybody gets plastic and paper. If you guys can prove that you're reasonably competent at behaving with some amount of social decorum at a family gathering, I will then trust you with shit that like creates chores and is at risk of breaking and etc. You know, like you gotta handle people with like the kid gloves, chat. Anyway, same old story as every other time. After that, I told my wife I was done. I told her I don't want to host her family until someone else on her family steps up and hosts something, or we book some other venue and all chip in to pay for it. I think this is reasonable. I think this is entirely fair. I think this is entirely fair, right? Like, I'm done hosting the parties. We can all either chip in or we can host it at somebody else's place. I'm done. I'm burnt out. This is 100% reasonable. Wolf Wings, thank you. Pippa solves problems. She's not a real woman. Background noise, thank you. This BS never happens during Festivus. She promised to talk to her family about it and figure out something for the next holiday. Okay, for Easter this year, we were supposed to have it... to just have it be our family. No extended family. But a couple weeks ago, my wife met up with her mom and sister for lunch. When she got home, she informed me that she talked to them about how hard hosting Christmas was. She said her mom and sister agreed that they would do better and offered to prove it to us on Easter, and my wife agreed. We got into a huge fight over it. Yaru, thank you for the raid! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Okay, this is fucked up. I think this part is fucked up. She said her mom and sister agreed that they would do better and offered to prove it to us on Easter. Like, your wife just, like, got flim-flammed into fucking hosting Easter. You just said you didn't want to host any holidays, and now your wife is like, oh, but they said they'd prove that they'd be better guests this time. Your wife seems like a dumb bitch. I told my wife that she is on her own for this one. Okay, that's not... Come on. Okay, this is like... This is passive-aggressive. Naturally negative, thank you. Guests are children until they prove otherwise. True. I told my wife that she is on her own for this one. Come on, dude. Base? Chad, this is stupid as hell. I think what is... That's a valid response. That is stupid as hell. You're gonna roll over and you're gonna be like, okay, well, my wife said everybody can come over for Easter, even though I already agree. I already had this discussion with her and said, like, I'm not hosting Easter. Chat, come on. Yeah, this is childish. This is childish. What you do is you talk to your wife. You say, no, we already established this line. We already established this boundary. You gotta tell them they can't come. You made this mess. You go clean it up. Yeah, she went behind his back. You go tell them they cannot come over for Easter. This is not base. This is acting like a child. I told her I would be spending the entirety of Easter weekend with my family, and I'll take any kids with me that want to come, but I'm not going to be helping with any of the hosting duties whatsoever. This is just so... God. It may be shitty, but it's not childish. It's absolutely childish. It's like, okay, you want to go behind my back and do this? Well, fine. Fine. I'm not gonna have Easter with you anyway. That's literally what he's doing. That's literally what he's doing. I'm not gonna have Easter with you anyway. Humph. Slammed door. Honorable Black. Thank you. Or Bill K. This is childish. She thinks I'm overreacting. You are a bit. I don't blame OP for being mad, right? I don't blame the husband for being annoyed and angry that his wife went behind his back after they already established that he's not hosting any more events and Easter was just supposed to be their immediate family. But yeah, he's not making the situation any better. QPNG, thank you. He probably tried to reason with her before the fight. Well, he doesn't say that. We got into a huge fight over it. I told my wife that she's on her own for this one. I don't think... Yeah, we can only go by what is said. We can't start, like, guessing what did and didn't happen. Because if we start doing that, then we're just creating fan fiction in our head, right? We can only go off of the information that's been presented. She thinks I'm overreacting and that I need to give her family this final chance because her mom and sister seemed really sincere during their talk. Your wife is gullible. Your wife is a gullible fool, and she will not learn her lesson. That's my prediction. That's my prediction. I think, like, if her family has been continuously doing this, right? Like, you can't, there's just no way. Why would you expect that they're gonna change now? Xenomos, thank you. I feel like the difference here lies in how close the family actually is. Like the difference between a family that only sees each other on holidays versus one that visits each other weekly at least. Can't say she's gullible that expect him to help. I don't think anybody's saying that. Nobody's saying he should help host the event or anything. It's just he should draw the line in the sand and he should tell her, no, you have to tell your family that they are not welcome on Easter. You did? No, I did not. You are intentionally misrepresenting what I'm saying. I'm telling you guys, he should tell his wife, no, they are not coming over for Easter. That's not helping. That's drawing a line in the sand. Back off. I told her I don't care what they say. I'm not going to be involved at all because I won't be able to hold my tongue this time and I don't want it to come to that. I think this part is good, right? I mean, I don't think it's good to be like, again, like, oh, well, fine, I'm not having Easter with you anyways, but like, I do think removing yourself from the situation is in theory good practice. But I feel like the first thing to do is be like, no, they just can't come over. If he can't hold his tongue, he's a baby. I generally agree. I know some people, like, they have like that explosive kind of anger though, where it's like, okay, well, like if you're going to be like that, then better to stay away. Oh, thank you for gift chat. They have Pipkin. They already had that conversation. Well, he doesn't mention it. She's not happy with me at all, and I don't really care. To top it all off, all three of our kids want to come spend the weekend with me instead of staying home. You seem to think drawing a line in the sand doesn't lead to an argument. It doesn't matter that it leads to an argument. I don't think it matters that it's going to lead to an argument. They already came to an agreement. She cannot go back on that agreement and be like, no, actually, we are hosting Easter, even though we all both already previously agreed. That's fucked up. That's wrong. Divorce? No, not divorce. All right, I am going to make a poll. I'm going to start a poll. Is OP the asshole? Divorce, yeah. The kids are gonna go with who kisses ass more? What is he to do if she won't abide by the agreement? Like, realistically, what's the next step if drawing the line doesn't work and telling her no? My opinion? My opinion, if he tells her we already agreed to only having immediate family over for Easter. Your mom and sister cannot come over. We are not hosting Easter. And she, like, and you say, like, you have to tell them that they are not welcome over for Easter. That you talked it over and it is just not an option. And she, like, continues to invite them over. Maybe this is the wrong move, but I would say I would text the mother or call the mother or whatever the hell, however you can reasonably get in contact with her. The next time, like, you see them over, be like, I know she said this, but I do not feel comfortable hosting for Easter. Right? Like, if your wife is gonna go behind your back like that and continue to push the issue, like, I think it's important to bring it up with the other people involved that you do not feel comfortable with what is happening. You know? If she's like, it's not like I would hope that you're close enough with your family, even if they're like her family, whatever, they're still your family, right? You married into the family. I would hope you would be able to tell them, like, hey, this is not something that I signed up for. I don't think this situation is okay. And then if they, like, continue, right? If they're like, oh, well, okay, well, he said no, but, you know, it's her house too, so we're coming over. Like, you need to have, like, a serious fucking discussion. Like, that's too much. That's too much. Like, you have to be able to have reasonable conversations with people, and if they're not going to be reasonable, then like, that's something that you have to seriously sort out. That's not the kind of thing where it's like, oh, I'm just gonna roll over and take it, you know? Oh, well, my wife's mother and sister want to come over for Easter, and she's inviting them over, and I told them they can't come over, and they're coming over anyways. Like, this is like, that's like a serious thing to sort out. That is... Discussions do not always work. No, but it's important to have the discussions regardless. You can't just be like, oh, well, just talking to people doesn't always work, so I need to take the most extreme course of action possible. I need to preemptively throw a tantrum. Right? Just because talking to people does not always work out does not mean you do not try to talk to people and resolve the issue peacefully. Dr. 𝐂𝐚𝐭, wife should have quit gatekeeping discussions with her side of the family. He's a little, thank you. Try checking the comments, sometimes there's updates there. In other words, they treat the husband like a doormat and he don't want to be one. I think he is being a doormat in this situation. Not as much of a doormat as if he just, like, hosted anyways, but I still think it is being a doormat. Because you're basically saying, oh, well, I said no to this, but she's gonna do it anyways. I'm just gonna let her and fuck off. You're still being a doormat. He didn't throw a tantrum. He said you invited them, you deal with it. I feel like that's throwing a tantrum. I feel like instead of, like, this is just going in circles, so I'm just gonna say it one last time. But I feel like they came to an agreement. She broke the agreement. He's saying, okay, well, I'm just gonna leave then. instead of like trying to set like this boundary. Ciprian, thank you. Take the family hunting, feed themselves. Divorce is the answer. If discussion fails, what are you supposed to continue with the outcome you refuse to engage with? If discussion fails, then it depends on what the outcome is. So then, thank you. Get drunk and talk about Alex Jones. Worked for me. Maybe I'm being too stubborn. My mindset is that it's my house too. They're supposed to be my family as well. These are my children. And you agreed to this scenario. I am not going to give up the boundaries that I set that you already agreed to and let you walk over my boundary and just say, okay, well, I'm gonna remove myself from the situation because you're gonna walk over me. No. It's my fucking house too. So, thank you. Ground the wife, no Starbucks for 2 weeks. Alright, you guys voted. OP is not the asshole. I think my final opinion is OP is not an asshole, but he is weak-willed. I don't think he's an asshole. I think the wife is definitely the asshole. But I think he's got no spine. He is incapable of taking control of the situation. And that is something that he should work on. Arclight, thank you. Doesn't posting on Reddit automatically make you the asshole? True. King of Rats, Kings, thank you. I'm gonna be honest, your idea of how he should deal with her ignoring his expressed wishes is to turn it into high school tier drama. Turning it into high school tier drama would be like, okay, I'm not coming over then. And then you fuck off, and then you don't let your wife forget the time that she invited family over. You're like, oh, well, remember that time? Or you're like complaining to your family or whatever about how your wife let her over. Like, I don't understand how this is high school drama. I don't think setting boundaries and enforcing them is high school tier drama. The Watcher, thank you. It was already discussed. How is he going to enforce it without catching an assault case? What? Are you insane? Are you insane? Kodiak, thank you. Bissell-Tech, thank you. I moved across the Pacific to avoid my in-laws. Based. This one qualifies divorce-worthy. More, we need to talk about boundaries kind of thing. Yeah. I do think this is, like, definitely a massive... I know this is, like, a buzzword, but red flag. Right? Like, if your wife is continuously doing shit like this, I don't think she does it from, like, a place of malice, right? Like, I don't think she's like, oh, well... my husband said he didn't want to host Easter, but, you know, I want my family over, so I'm just gonna, like, invite them over anyways, right? It seems like she is weak-willed and let her family push her into you guys hosting Easter again. You know? She's trained, yeah. And I think what would be the correct thing to do would be you taking control of the situation. Couple of weaklings, yeah, they're both just weak. That's my interpretation. Maybe she does, maybe it is like a sneaky thing for her, or maybe like she is like intentionally being selfish or whatever, but like OP is being weak. Lord Tam Tam, thank you. Boundaries are like money, totally one-sided concept in marriage. Background noise, thank you. The situation has the potential to spiral wildly out of control. I mean, I guess it shouldn't though. Pyromaniac bro, thank you. Pipkin, he said my shoes look cool. Pippa, Cole's another person weak-willed. You may be on spot with this one, but still funny. This is all in theory, alright? Listen. I schizo out over everything, alright? It's easy to look at somebody else's situation a bit more objectively, but I'm not gonna be like, yeah, I handle every situation in my life perfectly. And I'm told you, what he needs to do is put some time on everyone's calendar, have a sit down with all of the stakeholders involved, and work out some clear action items that they will need to address in order to get the project back to green. Kaiser Recta, thank you for making me Alright. No, oh wait, isn't there like flares on this? I thought there's a way to see like what people voted. But maybe it takes some time. Not the asshole! I don't think your wife is being firm enough with her family. I agree. And if she's trying to negotiate some improvement out of them, it was out of line for her to agree to it without talking to you. True. True. It sounds like she's taking you for granted. Maybe? I get that. I mean, this is one interpretation to have, I guess. Brian Anthony, thank you. I had almost the exact same situation as this. I took your approach. Guess who isn't married anymore? Ha ha ha. Well, I think if the people in your life don't respect you, you don't need to have them around, right? There are so many people in this world. And I'm not saying people are replaceable, right? Obviously, you cannot replace family. But if people are not going to treat you with the respect you deserve, when you presumably treat them with the respect that they deserve, they do not need to be in your life. That's my take on the situation. And this, I think, is like the crux of the issue, where I don't want to ascribe malice to the wife, right? Where it's like, I want to say she didn't like do it intentionally, but she is disrespecting the boundaries that they both set together. And it's just not like that's something that you got to work out. That's something that you got to work out, man. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, immediately divorce her. Like, you have 3 kids. It's not that easy. Not that it would be that easy even without the kids, but it's like, I can always think you need to do one of these streams as a collab. That could be fun. This might be her handling it, but it feels a bit too late, too late to expect you to host it again, just to give the family another chance, especially when she committed without talking to you. I agree with this. I completely agree with this. I guess like another avenue that they could explore would be like, okay, well, if you're gonna change your plans on me, then I would rather you host the event somewhere else, like at a venue or something, and see if they behave while they're there. And then you can like work your way back up to like people are like fucking kids, you know? Like you earn the right, you earn the privilege to come have Christmas at my house again, right? Like let's practice holding fucking the family events at different venues for a little while. Welcome, Lane, thank you. I have regular mahjong/board game group. We just rotate hosting. I think wife in this story is hosting as to flex her family at the expense of the poster. Maybe. Side TP cycle, thank you. Or side T cycle, thank you. Get respect from your friends. I get yelled at for putting a coat hanger in our townhome. What the fuck? What the fuck? Are you like living with your parents or something? What the hell? Share the burden of hosting, yeah. Fully shelving, thank you. And what if they insist upon intruding onto your property? Castle doctrine, bitch! And without knowing the family, I can't say I have a lot of faith in any improvements. I'm the same way, right? Like, I'm pessimistic about this. I don't believe her family is going to... I don't believe her family is going to suddenly magically change, right? Because, like... Okay, chat. Chat, I know this isn't the right opinion to have, right? But I think people just kind of are the way that they are. And you can change given enough, like, active effort. But it takes, like, a lot of practice. Right? If her family is in the habit of not making good on their promises, not respecting boundaries, not respecting other people's property, not respecting other people's time, they're not all just gonna magically fix that. They're not gonna suddenly start respecting you, your things, your family, etc. They might in 10 years over like continuous pushing and effort, but realistically, you don't want to do that. You don't want to train her family to act like functional human beings during family occasions, you know? You gotta put them somewhere else. They gotta do this at somebody else's house, right? That's a lot of effort. That's a lot of effort. And some people are very good at that. Some people can whip other people into shape in no time, right? Usually like tiny angry grandmas that are excessively hostile, but they have like that pass where they can get away with it because who's gonna yell at grandma? You know what I mean? People like that can train people quickly. But with you, there ain't no way. I better thank you. My grandmother says, what is in you is in you. Richard Berg, thank you. It does sound like her family treats her house as their own stomping ground. It does. It does. Shame has been a great tool in the past. True. I do think people deserve a little shaming. Did my giving thank you, Pippa? Think about it this way. There had to be a reason on why the wife told him not to bring it up to the family to begin with. True. But I don't know what that reason would be, right? It could just be that she's scared of conflict. That's not uncommon. A lot of people are really scared of confrontation. So, I would find it pretty reasonable to assume, since she had, like, the dinner or whatever with her mom and her sister, she probably, like, had to try and break it softly to them. And then hope that they would tell everybody else, but instead she just got strong-armed. That's my assumption. I don't know that's what happened, but I'm just assuming. Or she's desperate to look like the good guy? Yeah. Confronting family is really hard sometimes? Yeah. Like, I don't want to be like, she did this maliciously, because I don't know. Like, that it would be hard, right? Like, you're hosting every family event at your house, and then to be like, okay, we can't do this at my house anymore. Cold turkey. Like, it is hard. It's something that needs to be done, but it is hard. Sloggy Noggin, thank you. Lulatila, thank you! Hey, Pippa! May I use the sound clip of you screaming Dino Nuggies for my sound alerts? Wanted permission before doing anything. Absolutely go for it. I do not mind at all. Here, I can record another one for you. Dino Nuggies! There you go. The wife seems like a people pleaser. That's my guess, but I don't know. I can't predict what she's actually like. They demonstrate this weekend will stick. The answer is that you guys should not have to solely face hosting duties. In fact, you should not be hosting at all unless you're both bought in. End of story. I 100% agree with this. Unless both people want to host, I don't think you should do it. Right? It's your house too. I think it's good to compromise, right? It's good to be like, oh, well, we can host this time and that time, but like I want to break after that or whatever, or you know, like figure out what works for you. But I think in general, like if it is something that you're just not willing to compromise on, I think that is totally fine, right? I think that's totally fine. It still has to be discussion. Yeah, talk it out as civil adults. Exactly. I think the issue at hand, though, is that even if this weekend is far more pleasant for you because you're just not there, it's still unresolved. Exactly! Exactly! Won't this just come up again at the next holiday? It will! Are you going to take your wife at her word if she tells you after Easter it was way better? Exactly. Chat! Chat! This is what I'm saying! This is what I'm saying! I think you have more talking to do with your wife, and sadly, I think the line might be that you discontinue hosting for the foreseeable future, or that you're leaving every time she signs up to host. This is not an option, in my opinion. Karma cakes, thank you. Again, maybe I'm too stubborn. Maybe I'm too stubborn. But this is not an option. You are not leaving your house for every holiday. Fuck off. Fuck off. Divorce is sounding like a good option. Oh my god. It would be way better by virtue of a husband being absent and havoc thusly being wrecked. You just know that he's still going to fucking come home and have to like do cleanup and stuff. You know he's gonna come home from the holidays and the house is going to be trashed. And she's going to be like, oh, well, I tried, but there was just so much to clean up. Can you help me? Or blah, blah, blah. Or you can't expect me to have cleaned this up all on my own or whatever. You know, Samuel, thank you. Leaving is cuck behavior. It is. I think it is. I am genuinely surprised that so many people in chat were like, yeah, no, my wife can do whatever she wants. She can host parties and I'll just leave, even though I told her not to. Like, that is baffling to me. That is absolutely baffling to me. You should not put up with that. You should not put up with that. It is your house as well. And suddenly I think the line might be that you just continue hosting for the foreseeable future, or that you're leaving every time she signs up to host. I don't think either one of those scenarios would make me sad at all. This guy is so dumb. This guy is such a cuck. This guy is such a cuck, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know what? No, I don't actually care if I spend the holidays with my wife and family. Hello? Hello? OP? Hello? Did I change my poll response? Leaving is stupid. Discontinue hosting. Exactly, Resmas. Fish Biscuit, thank you. Everyone on the internet always goes for the nuclear divorce option first thing. OP's losing it. OP is just upsetty. I'm gonna hope that OP is still just seething. And this was said out of spite. Rather than this being his actual grounded opinion. Ike the Pirate, thank you. Thanks for everything you do. It really does help. Get it all. Thank you, question mark. Thank you, thank you. OP needs to find his balls again? Yes, he does. This is like... He might be coping. I hope this is just like coping seething. This is so... I'm totally fine. I'm totally fine. I'll just leave every single holiday to go spend with my family. I don't want our families to be joined at all in any situation ever. You know what? I don't even love my wife. Person who's selling his wife, thank you for 25 HKs. Braun, get a better wife. Vinovsky reacted, thank you. Pippa, Sigma male bootcamp win. Roland Van Ewen, thank you. He's spending holidays with his family, Pippa, his parents, sibling, and children. So? Are you going to tell me you marry somebody and you're like, no, actually, it would not make me sad to be without them for the holidays? Are you insane? Are you a sociopath? No, I don't want my family to be functional and spend holidays together. Fuck off. If you actually believe that, you're delusional. That would break my heart. That would be heartbreaking. Imagine you are married and you have children and you're like, no, actually, I don't want my children to have a happy family Christmas that they celebrate with both their parents. I want them to live like they're the children of divorce and have to pick and choose which family members that they want to spend Christmas with. You're insane. You people are insane if you believe that. I know most of you don't seem to, but God. Oh my god. God. That's what he said, Pippa? You're leaving out the part where it's without your wife. Your children are without their mother. You are without the other half of your family. I know in-laws are like... How do I word this? Like, I literally just watched a movie. I know it's just a movie, but like, Monster-in-Law or whatever, it was cool. It had Jennifer Lopez in it. I like J-Lo. I know that like, in-laws being horrible is like a very common thing, right? But like, at the same time, they are still your family. They're still your wife's family or your husband's family or whatever. And I know you don't want to be around them, but you should want like your children to be around them. You should want to have like a cohesive family unit, you know? He should cut his losses and choose a better wife. Yeah, sorry about the dogs barking. Our hunger, thank you. I can hardly even imagine giving a shit. Jesus Christ. How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast? Pippa has never had in-laws and it shows? No, but I have had, like, family members that do fucking hate their in-laws, right? And I have witnessed, like, how awkward and stuff it can be at Christmas. But, you know, at the same time, I've also seen what it's like when one of those people dies. And afterwards, everyone's like, oh, you know, like, I fucking, like, hated them at the time and stuff. But, you know, like, it was really nice when my kids could, like, see their uncle and spend time with them and blah, 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 right? Like, I have seen that. You take it for granted and you don't, like, understand how these individual threads weave together to create a greater tapestry. You know what I mean? You're focusing on I'm mad about my in-laws. I'm mad about my wife. I'm mad about this. I'm annoyed about this, right? And you're not focusing on the bigger picture. The kids are what's important here, in my opinion. Vicky Sneaky, thank you. Back by Baster. Not the asshole. What she means is she never told them you weren't hosting. I do think this is entirely plausible. I think this is entirely plausible. I don't want to, like, assume that the wife was being a bitch intentionally, but I do think it's entirely possible that his wife just didn't say anything. Be it because she was a coward or because she wanted to go behind your back because she wants to keep hosting Easter anyways. I do think this is entirely possible. Ghost of Wolfsong, thank you. If he just locked the doors, this would never be an issue. There's nothing they can do legally. Oh my god. When she met up with them, they brought up Easter dinner, assuming it would be at your house. She got a few quick words in about how they need to help clean as you're getting frustrated with it, and otherwise acted as a doormat for her family at your expense. I think this is very plausible. Like, if I'm being entirely pessimistic, I think this is very... I think there's like a 90% chance this happened. Go hang out with your family, but don't expect your wife to explain the reasons why you went to her own. She'll say your mom insisted you be there or something to that effect, and no lessons will be learned by anyone. 100%. 100%. Young Leaf, thank you. Peppa, you're being too base and it's making my phone buffer. Man. This is a good stream. I was feeling pissy. I love shit like this because, like, you can look at other people's problems and you can be like, why didn't you just do this? And your own problems don't feel as bad. Man. Not the asshole. She said her mom and sister agreed that they would do better and offered to prove it to us on Easter. My wife agreed. Oh, hell no. They can prove it by hosting themselves. True. Hey, Lombardo, thank you. Easier solution. Don't ask random internet people for family advice. Ask friends or trusted coworkers. Screw Reddit karma. True. True. It's hard to, like, find the right person to ask about these kinds of things, though. Right? Because, like, your gut instinct is to go to the person that will validate all your feelings. But sometimes you don't need your feelings validated. Sometimes you need a dose of cold, hard reality. And then when you need a dose of cold, hard reality, it's also hard to know, like, is this person both close enough to the situation, but also far away enough to be reasonable about it. Wait, thank you. OP sounds tired. If the lack of communication is constant and she's being weaponized against him, but he still loves her, then this could just be his compromise, especially if she loves her family. Maybe. I feel like more discussions need to be had here, though. My, like, evading the situation response to this, right? Like, if I really didn't want to deal with it and I felt like my wife was not going to budge on the situation at all, is I would say, let's go on a trip. Right? I don't want to host for the holidays. Let's go on a trip. You know? And then, like, find, like, cheap places to go. Like, go camping or something, you know? Like, get the family involved in something. One way to deal with it? Yeah. Just like, something that removes you out of the equation entirely if she's not going to be a good person about it. Follow you over, thank you. I like these posts. We can all pretend someone on Reddit has a relationship. Then gaming, thank you. Pippa, my daughter's family doesn't like me because I don't smoke weed and didn't clean up her house for her and didn't eat macaroni one time, so it's always an issue when I went to family events, so I stopped going. Like, what do you mean they don't like you? Right? Ash Kadione, thank you. Answer the door in boxers with a beer. Right? Like, is it an issue if people don't like you? Are you like, oh man, they give me kind of weird looks when I go over to like the family place? Like, it's kind of like, how much of an issue are they making it? You know? But at the same time, I don't think you have to go, right? I don't know. Like, you said your daughter's family, so like, are they not, like, are you not with your wife or whatever? Like, if you're not married to your wife, you don't need to. Yes, it is. You can spend your time better. Hey, it's the macaroni hater. It's like, how much of an issue are you going to make something? You know what I mean? What kind of masochist goes somewhere he isn't wanted? A dad that wants to make his child feel comfortable and like she has a happy family, even if it's not perfect. I think instilling good family values into your children is important. I don't know if that's like a hot take, but like, I feel like getting along with people that you don't actually like but are related to make your children appreciate their family and feel like they have a family is important, right? Eventually they'll grow up and they'll have issues with other family members and stuff. And eventually they'll see who they do and do not want in their life, right? But I do not think you should deprive your child of that experience just because somebody's muttering under their breath or whatever, yeah, about the fact that you weren't willing to clean up their house or whatever. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the Santa Claus situation, right? Where it's like, okay, well, you buy your kid presents and say they're from Santa, and you let them believe in Santa and shit. And then you keep passing out, but it's more important than Santa, obviously. Good family values, but in-laws are a bad influence. I don't know. I don't know what his in-laws are like. You're describing why I visit my dad's side of the family for holidays? This is Easter, not Christmas or Thanksgiving. It's so weird to go World War III on this. True. I feel like the solution to this is just be like, we're not hosting Easter, we're going to the park to participate in the egg hunt. You know what I mean? Go do like a church or local park egg hunts, or like do something like out on the town. Find a reason to like go out so you're not like having everybody back home. You know what I mean? Like there are kids involved in this situation. You can take them to like the fucking park, you know? Alright, here's the one that I used for my stream title. Being a role model who shows how adults properly function is pretty important for raising kids. I 100% agree, Ian. I 100% agree. How long did I spend on that one? I spent an hour on that one fucking... Oh my god. That was a fun discussion though. That was a fun discussion though. God, I love doing this. It's interesting to see everybody's point of view. And I'm just gonna say, right, like, just because I'm, like, shooting down your guys' ideas and stuff, or your opinions on some things, you know, like, I'm still thinking about it. Please feel free to disagree, right? You know, like, I don't want it to be like, oh, lol, can you imagine not hating your entire family? Oh. Am I giving you, they talk about me to my face and badmouth me and belittle me on top of the fact they don't like her mom either, but she just deals with it? Okay, well then I think it's important to ask yourself the question, are these kinds of people appropriate to have around my child? That's a good question to ask yourself. I don't think you should allow other people to disrespect you in front of your child like that, right? If they're like behind closed doors, like, oh yeah, that guy, blah, 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 and you happen to overhear or whatever, you know, that's the thing. Or if they're like just kind of like giving you dirty looks, or like just kind of like being petty or whatever, like that's one thing. But if they're like going off on you and shaming you in front of your child, I don't know if that's... That kind of like takes things a step further. That's going... Yeah, you don't want your kids emulating that. Exactly. Exactly, Arden. There's certain behaviors you don't want your child to grow up thinking are okay. Hell no? Yeah, that's stepping over a line. Exactly. That's manipulative. My mother used to do the same thing. The same thing to my dad so he wouldn't bitch her out. Keep those people away? Yeah. Maybe like... maybe like in public spaces, right? Maybe like, maybe like you can spend time, we'll take the kids over to like laser tag and you can play laser tag with them, right? You can play laser tag with that side of the family. We're not going over there for dinner. Rick Bay, thank you. No. Not, but my family still brings me over. People should stop breeding. Some people should not breed. Anyways. What did I just hit? Oh, there we go. Okay. Am I the asshole for making my girlfriend wait to go to the ER? I'm going to predict yes. I'm going to predict yes, probably. Because I personally cannot imagine a situation where denying somebody a trip to the ER is ever appropriate. But maybe the title is hyperbolic. Tire Tech, thank you. Oh wow, I've been a member for a year now and a subscriber since your self-defense stream. I'm going to get back to lurking now. Unless she's a known hypochondriac. I don't know. Almost guaranteed, yeah. Almost guaranteed, yes. But we'll see. What does ER mean again? Emergency room. So if you're not familiar with what an ER is, I don't know if every country has these, but in America, we have places called the emergency room. And what these are sections of hospitals and sometimes like, you know, I don't know if like independent practices ever have these, but like hospitals will have an emergency room and they are for like dire situations, right? Usually if you just have an issue that it's like, if you're just like a little sick, you might go to a walk-in clinic, right? If you've got like, yeah, like an immediate issue, like you feel like you're dying, right? You have like, yeah, like an allergic reaction, or something's broken, or you were in like an accident, or like you're vomiting blood, or you can't stop vomiting or something, you know, like you would go to the emergency room. I have been to the emergency room once. I went because when I first started, we'll say, I've talked about this before and I always forget how I talk about it. I went to the emergency room once because basically I got super focused on, we'll say, video editing, and I pretty much like did not move at all. Like I hyper fixated so aggressively on video editing that I was just not moving. I was not doing anything, right? Like I had tasted a bit of success, and in tasting that bit of success, I pushed my body to its absolute limit and did not treat it as kindly as I should have treated it. And so what happened is I got like this pain in my leg, and I tried like stretching it and stuff, and I tried taking like hot baths and stuff to like ease the pain and stuff. I thought that I had just like pulled it or something, and I don't know how I thought that I pulled it, because again, like I wasn't doing anything. I was just like so focused on content creation that I wasn't moving. I was barely eating. I was not doing like anything. And the pain just like kept getting worse and worse as the day went on. Like it was kind of there when I first woke up, and then just like progressively as the day went on, it just kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse. I was like laying in bed trying to keep it like elevated. I was taking more painkillers than I reasonably should have. Yeah. And so basically, like, it got to a point where it's bedtime, right? And I'm like trying to go to bed, and it hurts like really bad, and I'm like, okay, this is bad, but like, I'll just like sleep through the pain. I could not fall asleep. Or maybe I did fall asleep and like woke up like immediately after anyways, but I don't remember. But anyways, like it was so bad. It got to a point where I could not stop screaming. I was in so much pain. I was just like constantly screaming and sobbing. It was so fucking bad. And so I like fucking hobble my way out of my room and I bang on Mamakin's door. I'm like, I need to go to the hospital. I'm not okay. And it's like 1 a.m. or 4 a.m. It's like sometime in like the extreme early morning. And Mamakin's like, what? I thought you were like laughing in there or something. I thought you were like playing a game. Are you okay? And I was like, no. And so I went to the emergency room for that. And it was pretty quick. It was pretty quick. Laughing, well, cause my laugh is like, right? Like I have like a wheezing laugh. So when you're screaming, like I can understand how it sounded the same. But yeah, so I went to the emergency room. It was pretty quick. They like I think Mamakin got me like a wheelchair to go up to the space in, and then they like wheeled me around and they did like x-rays and stuff, and they're very accommodating. I don't know what every emergency room is like, but the one that I went to, it was very accommodating. They did like a bunch of tests and stuff. Had like an x-ray and everything. At the end of it, they were like, we don't know what's wrong with you. Here's some fucking tranquilizers. Good night. They gave me a shot that like completely ended the pain. I don't know what was in that, but they gave me a shot that just like completely fucking fixed it. They told me to exercise more. And they gave me some drugs that every time I took one, it knocked me out for 24 hours. It absolutely knocked me the fuck out, man. Good shit. Good shit. Muscle relaxers? I don't know. I just know that like I would go to sleep, right? Like I'd take the drugs and I'd go to sleep and then I'd wake up. And I'd be like, oh, I only slept for like an hour? That's weird. And then like I fucking like open Discord or whatever, and it's like all these messages. Are you okay? Block number 1, thank you. That was sciatica and morphine for sure. Been there exactly. I don't know. It's gotten a lot better. I've become a lot more active over time, but for a while there, it used to be like just every so often it would start to ache, but it's gotten a lot better. I didn't even realize how much more I move around now, but yeah. I also try to do like stretches and stuff more frequently. Not that I'm good at keeping up with that, but muscle relaxers and morphine, definitely. Falling over, thank you. I asked her to take me to the ER and she didn't want to because she was meeting up with her friends. After begging, she took me where I got diagnosed with arrhythmia. I walked home because she left. Anime whole rapist. Thank you for becoming a big PP. Gotta go. Goodbye, 9. Nerve pain receptor blockers. Might have been lacking electrolytes too. I know I wasn't drinking enough. I know I wasn't eating enough. I just wasn't doing anything. And that kind of was like my... I think I was lucky to have that happen to me. Like, as weird as that might say. But it's like, there was no, like, horrible lasting consequences. Like my leg continued to hurt and stuff on and off pretty frequently for a while. And sometimes it still does get like that, but... It's like... That's not a bad wake-up call to have. You know what I mean? Like, if it gets cold out, it tends to like act up a bit, but nowhere near as bad as it used to. And it's like it's a good reminder, if anything. It's a non-debilitating reminder. Pizza Man, thank you. Pippa is gonna have to join the phase Zumba meta. Grumpy Smurf, thank you. This is why I watch Pippa. Can't get this anywhere else. Hotel Yamato, thank you. Glad you're doing better, Pips. It's like... Moderation is key, chat. It's really easy to look at a situation and be like, I'm not grateful enough for this. I'm not working hard enough for this. I'm not doing enough for this, right? But if you take anything to the extreme, it can affect you extremely. As a forever, thank you. A small price now instead of a big price later. Exactly. Anyways, I was supposed to read this. I'm gonna read the title again. Am I the asshole for making my girlfriend wait to go to the ER? The other night, my girlfriend was reaching for something on a stool when she slipped and fell and injured her ankle. She was in quite a lot of pain and we both agreed she needed to go to the ER. She asked me to drive her. Now, normally, of course, I would be happy to drive her. However, the day before, my friend had gotten me a couple of rare, high ABV beers, which I had consumed with dinner right before this happened. Basically, I was feeling very buzzed, and definitely over the legal limit to drive. I told her as much and said I can't drive her now, but if she gives me 2 to 3 hours to metabolize the alcohol, I should be fine. She was really upset about this and tried to argue that it was only 2 to 3 miles away, which is true, but I didn't feel comfortable driving and additionally risking a DUI. Ooh. She then begged me to let her drive my car then. The problem with that is she doesn't have a license. How old are you two? What is this situation? What is this fucking situation? Huh? Yeah, there's so many other options here. She doesn't have much experience driving and she isn't on my insurance. So I don't feel comfortable at all with her driving my car, especially in the condition she was in. Again, I told her I can either wait until I'm in safe condition to drive, or she can call an ambulance and get a ride that way. Or you can call an Uber, or like maybe if you have any like friends or relatives or something. What do you mean call an ambulance? Why is this like your first? Huh. She didn't want to use an ambulance, understandably, because they're very expensive. I also suggested that she could get an Uber, but she didn't think they would take an injured passenger to the hospital. Not sure if this is true or not. This is absolutely not true. Basically, we ended up waiting a couple hours and then I drove her. She didn't talk to me the entire car ride there or back and has been giving me the cold shoulder ever since. I honestly don't know what else I could have done here. Your girlfriend is dramatic and a stupid bitch. Point blank. Your girlfriend is an awful person. I'm gonna put up the poll for you guys to vote whether or not you guys think OP is or is not the asshole. But like, your girlfriend, like if it was actually an emergency, right? She wouldn't be like, oh, but I don't know if Uber will take an injured person to the hospital. If it's like actually an emergency that would warrant you going to the emergency room, you're gonna try and call an Uber. Like, come on. Is OP the asshole? Pyromaniac bro, thank you. I thought I was going to have a really... I thought I was going to have to try really hard to blame the woman with a headline like that. Turns out it wasn't hard at all. They won't take you if you're puking or bleeding. I would still try. Maybe I'm the asshole for that. But if I'm like bleeding and I can't afford an ambulance, right? I would call an Uber and I would just like bundle that shit up in my arm, like in a jacket or something if it's like my arm's bleeding. Or like if I'm puking, I would bring like something to puke in and just try and hide the fact that I'm puking. Like, maybe I'm the bad person for that. Yeah, you can bleed, just not on the car. Yeah, exactly. I feel like you've got to protect yourself, though. I know a lot of people were bothered when I agreed with, like, the Asmongold take of, like, you have to, like, prioritize yourself with these kinds of things. And sometimes, like, you have to break, like, the fucking social code and stuff. And take advantage of loopholes because everybody else is doing it and stuff, you know? Like, I don't know how expensive an ambulance is. I hope I never have to find out. But if an ambulance is too expensive for me, right? Like, if an ambulance is going to put me in a massive hole of debt, I don't know if I can pay my rent, whatever. I'm calling a fucking Uber. $3,000? $3,000 to $5,000? I'd be calling an Uber. And if I have to, like, puke into, like, a bucket or a bag or something, I'm going to try it. Is it polite? No. But, like, come on, buddy. You want me to pay $3,000 to $5,000 for an ambulance? When I could pay, like, maybe a couple $100 for any cleanup fees for your Uber? Like, come on, we can get in touch later. I can pay for, like, the cleanup, all right? I don't want to die, but I also don't want to end up in massive amounts of debt. You know what I mean? Can you really fault me for that? Can you really, like, I mean, you can fault me for that, but I don't think it's ridiculous. I think you have to, like, make the smart decision for yourself sometimes in life. You know what I mean? Mysterian, thank you. Also, this sounds like it was in the city, which makes the drunk driving thing way more risky. Yeah, his girlfriend kind of sounds like a child. His girlfriend seems a bit like a child. Oh, you're drunk, but you won't drive me to the hospital? Well, I mean, do you want to die? Do you want to escalate this from a potentially broken ankle to you're dead? To other people are dead? Are you insane? Are you evil? You're kind of evil. We're gonna escalate this from your ankle is potentially broken to other people potentially losing their lives. You're evil. You're a bad person. I'm going to chalk it up to maybe she was in such an extreme amount of pain that, like, she couldn't comprehend what she was saying or something. But also, if that was the case, how are you okay with waiting multiple hours to go to the hospital? I don't know. Pastor also, thank you. Worst case scenario, the Uber can apply for compensation for the damages from Uber directly. True. True. I'm not saying puke all over an Uber car and don't compensate them because fuck you, you get yours first. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, the potential risks of an Uber trip where you're puking all over the place. Like, you can't keep your lunch down. And you might have to, like, pay them for puking in their car is worth it. Instead of paying potentially $5,000. Hey, Granny, think you give the Uber a good tip and they won't care? Presumably. Presumably. The average cost of an ambulance ride without insurance ranges between $1,100 and $1,500. She ain't puking too? Yeah, there's no way. Like, what are you gonna do if you give them an address right before the hospital? Right? If you're like, okay, well, they won't give me a ride to the hospital, so then fucking put in the address right before it. Are you stupid? This is so simple to solve. This is such an easy problem to solve. They won't drive me to the hospital. Uber has a policy against dropping people off at the hospital. Fucking fine then. Have them drop you off right before the hospital. Have them drop you off at the place across the street. It's that easy. They can deny service. I think it's still worth a try. No friends to help? Yeah. Chat is stupid. It's right there. She refused an Uber. Yeah, she refused the Uber. They know the address and the street of the hospital. Uber drivers know their streets. So, who's to say you're not going to the gas station right next to the hospital? Anonymous, thank you. Pippa, please tell my friend AJ to go to bed. He's an EP boy and needs to sleep instead of staying up late to shitpost and chat. Go to bed, AJ. Go to bed, you EP boy. Yeah, that's on her at that point. I don't think... Maybe this is fucked up, but I don't think she was hurt that bad. I don't think she was hurt that bad. I don't think people that are in emergency situations are like, well, no, I don't think I will call an Uber because actually, I don't know if they will take me or not. Google it. If you're like that stabilized that you're able to like think of things like that, then like fucking Google it. Just look it up. Melissa, thank you. I've literally taken an Uber to a clinic. AJ, go to bed. And before victim blaming, If she can pick her ride, yeah, it's not that serious. Exactly. Maybe I'm just like incompetent or something. But when I'm in like a massive fucked up amount of pain, right? I'm not like, let me plot out all my options and see what I can do. When I'm in a fucked up amount of pain, right? Like when I had like a horrible tooth infection and like I remember I was just like fucking constantly like drinking just to like try and ease the pain, right? I was like, if I am drunk, I am not in pain and I can pass out more easily, right? I did that, and then I got a ride to the fucking tooth extraction clinic place, right? Like I did what I had to do to make the pain bearable. And then I got a fucking lift to the goddamn tooth extraction clinic, right? Like it's not, oh, let me research all of my options. Let me see, well, you know, I don't think I can do this. Well, I don't think I can do that. Fuck you, man. I'm getting out of here. I'm doing what I can. It's like such a like, you're so like single track minded when you're in like that amount of pain. In my experience, right? When you're in like a emergency situation with pain, it's not, I'm gonna take my time to think about things. It's, oh my god, make it stop. Do whatever I can to make it stop. Richard Berg, thank you. In my experience with having 2 different long-term relationships where the girlfriend has never had a license, they don't understand what insurance, DUI, the threat of losing a license, etc. even means. That seems very sad. Chloe Shelving, thank you. Pippa, it's okay to not inform the Uber driver that one of their passengers is actively bleeding out, and could they please hurry? Yes. Yes. Yes, actually. Unironically, yes. I think if you're like bleeding out, then you should have called an ambulance because they are going to have a direct line to the hospital. And I wouldn't blame the Uber driver for not putting their job at risk to like speed up and stuff, you know? Like I can like if I go into the Uber, I can only reasonably expect them to do what is in their best interest as well, right? Like they can't lose potentially their only source of income because I chose to call them instead of an ambulance. You know what I mean? Yeah, ambulance will also give first aid. Samuel, thank you, can confirm. And I smashed half a finger off at work. I took a ride with whoever was offering. Oh god. The guy that exists, thank you. Nah, man, just be honest and offer a good tip. That works. I bet if you offer them $100 bill, they don't fucking care. They will go fast. Taking you out of their car is in their best interest, if not for the court of public opinion. No, I think what's in their best interest is what's gonna make them money. Like, if we're taking it to, like, the base extreme, right? Of, like, what this person likely is or likely is not going to do. They're likely going to do what gives them money. So if you give them cash, they're probably going to do what you tell them, within reason. Renegade Sharkin, thank you, was an Uber driver for 2 years, $150 for puking. Oh my god. Not the asshole for not driving under the influence, but you're the asshole for not getting a car ride for her, as Uber or taxi would help her get to the hospital without any problems. She already said she didn't want it! Huh? What? What do you mean you're the asshole? Where? Hold on, where was it? Where was it? I told her she could either wait until I'm in safe condition to drive or she can call an ambulance and get a ride that way. She didn't want to use an ambulance, understandably. I also suggested that she could get an Uber, but she didn't think they could take an injured person to the hospital. Hello? What do you mean you're the asshole for not getting a car ride for her? Some people don't read, some people don't read. Maybe Maybe, like, you're the asshole for not doing it anyways to try and take her to the hospital. But it's like... This isn't, like, life or death. This isn't, like... She's bleeding out and she's like, no, I don't know if an Uber driver will take me. There are 10,000 upvotes. Yeah, this is deranged. This is deranged. Should 100% do it anyway? What do you guys think? Should he have... Hold on, I'm gonna make another poll. I'm kind of torn on this one because, like, yeah, sometimes you should just, like, take charge of the situation, right? You guys voted no, he's not the asshole. Should he have called an Uber anyways? But yeah, also at the same time, he was drunk? Yeah. I don't know. Can you, like, hold that against him because he was drunk? What if he wasn't drunk? Even if OP calls her an Uber, the girlfriend won't take it? Maybe she would? Maybe men shouldn't listen to women in these situations and just do what's right? Jim Masterian, thank you. Don't you know women can't Google things? No, it doesn't sound serious. Can't she call an Uber, strong independent woman? Or she just wants to call him an asshole regardless? Yes, his girlfriend is a woman and thus does not know what she needs. Oh my god. But Pibba, he was drunk. Not gonna fault him, but I would call it anyways. Yeah, I think this one comes down to, like, personal preference, I guess. Like, if you're so concerned, you're like, okay, I'm gonna call one anyways and see if... And see if you'll get in. So we can take you to the hospital. Like, I think that makes sense. But I also feel like it makes sense to say, she said she's not gonna get in an Uber. I'm not gonna get an Uber and waste my money to try and take her to the fucking clinic. Anyway, document, like, you, unless it's an emergency, please don't drive drunk. Even if it is an emergency, there's a good chance you can find other transportation. But at the same time, I'm not gonna, like, fault you if it is, like, a life or death emergency for driving drunk. Thank you, Turkin, thank you. The question on Uber to the hospital is liability. Sideways and you, he should have called anyways, but that in that instance, I'm not sure he had the presence of mind to think that, therefore he's an asshole just because he didn't. Buzzed and drunk are two different things. Should he have called an Uber anyway? 67% of you say yes. I'm gonna have to think on that one. I'm gonna have... Yeah, Buzzed is basically drunk. I am of the camp where I think Buzzed is basically drunk, right? Like, you're still inebriated. Just because you're not, like, falling on your ass or whatever, or, like, giggling at every single dad joke, does not mean that you are not impaired. Why does he have to be the only adult out of the two? Well, in a situation where nobody is willing to be an adult, that's a situation that's worse than one person having to be the adult, right? I don't know. Cops would arrest. Booze and pain never worked for me. You can let her ask Uber if he will take her to the hospital, or if it let you book a destination to the hospital. That should clear it up. True. To be clear, I offered, but she said they wouldn't take her with an injury. Yeah, but the question was, or what the statement was, is you should have, like, called it anyways. With these people. False, absolutely unequivocally false. I've literally called an Uber to take me to the ER as I'm a single mom and my kids weren't old enough to drive. They didn't even ask me anything or question me that the destination was the ER. Chad Maxon, thank you. This is why you just smoke ganji, my guy. The power of the internet is in their hands and these dummies just couldn't look it up. Yeah, why didn't you just look it up? She didn't want an Uber. Of course an Uber would take her, but she made a lame excuse not to go. She's full of shit. In addition to not having a driver's license despite being a fucking adult, take the taxi, take the Uber, you want his keys, pass a fucking driver's test like an adult. Edit, it's not that she doesn't drive, it's that she's suddenly a professional driver after having no morals about DUI laws. I think this is a bit intense. She's suddenly a professional driver after having no morals about DUI laws. Okay, well, I mean, if you want to get technical, like, What do morals about DUI laws have to do with with being a good driver? And also, like, it's not that she doesn't drive. Well, you just, like, flipped out about the fact that she doesn't drive. Busy Bomb, thank you. This is why I always have a designated driver, even if it's just 2 people. Saves so much hassle. I don't think they were out drinking. I think they were just at home, right? This comment is triggering a lot of scooter and bicycle riders. Like, I do think that she was being immature and an asshole, but I also feel like this is just, like, insane. This is just taking it, like, the most extreme. Actually, what did people respond to? That's unreasonably rude. I didn't get my license until I moved somewhere remote when I was 30 and have a lot of friends who let their license expire or never bothered to get it to begin with. If you live in a major city, it's pretty common to not drive. I think this is entirely true, right? I think a lot of major cities are moving away from car travel, right? Like, for a lot of people, it's just not financially viable to have a car. Because first of all, you have to have a car, you have to have insurance, you have to find a place to park it, you have to potentially pay for parking, like, you have to maintain the car, you have to pay for gas. Like, there's so much shit to it, right? I don't blame people for not... Like, if you live in a city, you don't necessarily have to get a car, right? Like, I don't think that's, like, you don't personally have to like it, right? But, like, for some people, it just makes sense to not do that. So, NYC, you absolutely don't need a car. City life discourages getting a license, but yeah. Yep, makes sense, especially in Chicago, especially with solid public transit. Yeah. So, I feel like this is just, like, very extreme. Like, we don't know where they live. We don't know what their daily life is like. I think she's a dumb bitch. But this dude's like flipping out. I got refused to go to the ER by an Uber driver, so I don't know if that's company policy or the driver himself. I don't know. I feel like this is something where you shouldn't be too upfront about it. Maybe that's sneaky, right? But like... Like, I wouldn't put that, like, when I'm sending in the request, I guess. I don't know. Plenty of reasons why a fucking adult may not have a license. You're being entirely too hostile towards a person you don't even know based on a single snapshot posted online. Calm yourself. You fucking pissed off scooterist. Highly enjoyable, thank you. The most important value of a car is it allows you the ability to run if things go south. Better to have it and not need, just like guns. I agree with that. But again, like, depending on people's lifestyles, if you're living in an apartment, you have to pay for parking, you don't need your car to get to work or anything, it's simpler to just drive, or simpler to just, like, walk. You know, like, I'm not gonna fault you for not having it. I'm not gonna be like, how fucking dare you? You fucking cyclist, how dare you not have a car? KMS, thank you. Trying to get/force someone who's under the influence to drive, to me, shows more about that person's behavior. Yeah, this is the one where I'm kind of like torn, right? Where it's like, I want to like say that the girlfriend is a bitch because she was so in pain, right? That she's like, yeah, risk other people's lives to drive me to the ER. Or I will drive myself to the ER. But on the other hand, it's like, yeah, no, I can wait a couple hours. We'll read one more of these. Not the asshole, the number of people and body parts I've handled because they thought it was worth taking a risk on drink driving. It's really not worth your life and well-being or anybody else's to take that chance. You presented sensible options. She declined them. True. If she's injured her ankle to the point of affecting her driving ability, she shouldn't be driving. So if she won't or can't take a taxi and no one else is able to give a lift, and you can't afford/don't want to run the risk of paying for an ambulance, which is an indictment on your healthcare system, not you, then what else was there to do but wait? I agree with this guy. I agree with this guy. I don't know. I don't know. She chose to wait. Yeah, she chose to wait. She chose to wait. And I feel like that's another thing, is she was willing to sit out that wait without finally giving up. I guess is another thing, right? Where it's like if you're in so much pain, maybe you'll be like freaking out and in a panic and you'll be like, no, I don't think that they can take me. But then after like 10 minutes, if you're in an immense amount of pain, it would eventually, like, you gotta break, right? You gotta be like, okay, fine, like, let's try the Uber. Like, it hurts too bad. Let's try what we can do. Call a taxi, call an Uber, whatever, right? Because it wasn't so painful, yeah. Something has to give, yeah. Am I the asshole? Hold on. Oh, Sakutaro, thank you. Am I the asshole? I took an Uber to the ER without my girlfriend and waited for her out there because she was acting up. Based. K-name, thank you. Am I the asshole for telling my sister I am not the golden child? I just wasn't a pain in the ass. Renegade Jerkin, thank you. No joke, at the very start of COVID, I took a Chinese student in my Uber to urgent care with him having all the symptoms. Told me he just flew in from China 4 hours prior. Was so sick 2 days later. And then, thank you. Woman, am I right, chat? My sister is a goddamn mess! She was a lot growing up, and each week some issue would appear. That could be as simple as a tantrum or mom/dad getting a call from the school. I'm short. She was a lot. Do they mean to say I'm sure she was a lot? I'm sure she was a lot. Not to mention therapy for her basically drained the family dry. I was given more. The fucking OP cannot spell or cannot write. Holy shit. I was given more freedom since my parents trusted me. I could go to the mall by myself and they knew they wouldn't get a call from security about stealing. That happened before, I guess, to my sister. So they trusted me and gave me more freedom to do stuff. I have literally watched her get a chance to prove to our parents that they can trust her, and then she fucks it up. Our relationship isn't good. My dad gave me his old car for the last year of college. I need it for an internship. My sister made a comment that of course the golden child gets a car. I snapped and told her I am not the golden child, I just wasn't a pain in the ass. That the family has drained themselves dry for her multiple times and to keep her mouth shut. She called me a jerk and ran to her room. How old are you two? What do you mean? Your last year of college? What is this? Duncan Templeton, thank you. Both Pippa and OP are ESL. Creative writing? Yeah, this feels like creative writing. Really boring story. I think your drama is stupid. I think you're stupid. Your drama is stupid. And the fact that you're going on r/am I the asshole about this means you're stupid. Skip. Baby rage. Yeah, fucking baby rage. Sounds like a Hollywood plot. Yeah, sounds like a fucking plot to a sitcom episode. And then by the end, everybody hugs it out and there's like dramatic music playing and they're like, you see, Johnny, I only got upset about that with you because I feel like our parents don't love me enough. Oh, that's okay, Roxanne. I understand. Going forward, we'll be a better family and we'll have more communication. Fuck off. Your drama's stupid. You're stupid. Hallmark movie? Yeah. Ooh. Wait, this one could be... Wait, hold on. Hots? Wait. Be... is this the best option? I don't know. Wait, am I the asshole for telling my friend that I don't care that she's homeless and refusing her shelter? Hold on. Hold on. This one sounds good. This one sounds good. This sounds extra... No! No! Why was it removed? This post... Do not post this without contacting Mods for approval. What? No partying / relationship / sex / reproductive autonomy post. We do not allow posts where the central conflict is about romantic relationships and or reproductive autonomy. Huh? What does that even mean? What does that mean? Was she like, you can't stay at my house unless you have an abortion? Damn. It was too good. It was spicy. Am I the asshole for banning my son's boyfriend from my house after I found out he used to be a gang member? Am I the asshole for building a fence around my garden? Oh my god. Am I the asshole for refusing to announce my pregnancy to my in-laws and telling my husband to be patient? Am I the asshole for refusing to take any responsibility for my dog until my wife was forced to rehome him? Some of these very much feel like I am so mad at the people in my life that I made up a post about them from their perspective, but that obviously like frames them in a bad light. Let's see. Let's see how he justifies this. Am I the asshole for refusing to take any responsibility for my dog until my wife was forced to rehome him? I am going to lay this out in the most basic way I can. I work from home, as does my wife. She wanted a dog. I said we did not have enough time to take care of a dog. She pestered me until I agreed. We took our time and found a rescue that had several pups that met our criteria. Small, adult, requiring just a couple of short walks a day. They did home visits and stuff. It was taking a while. During that time, my wife found a farm that had a hardworking Blue Heeler ex-Border Collie pups. She got me one for my birthday. I had one just like her when I lived at home with my parents. She is a beautiful puppy, but not in any way that we agreed on. We live in an apartment with no yard. My parents have an acreage. I am very busy. I do not have time for all the training and exercise that she needs. I told my wife thanks, but no thanks. She refused to listen to me. So I just refused to bond with the puppy. I didn't even name her. Bro. I told my wife I would make sure that the pup was fed and got 2 half-hour walks a day since that's what we agreed on. Everything else was on her. Why did you even engage like this? It took me 2 weeks of barking, chewing, and pooping until she rehomed the pup. Now she is mad that I manipulated her into doing what I said we should do to begin with. She said that she thought I would love a puppy that was like my old one. If we had the space and time for her, I would have. I am pissed that I even had to do it. I feel bad for the dog. I'm thinking of not even doing the rescue now that I know more about how my wife thinks. Is OP the asshole? This is a sociopath? Bro is literally soulless. Now, my emotional response to this is, how do you get a puppy and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna like take it on walks and stuff, and I'm gonna like you're spending time with the dog, you know? How are you gonna like be able to do that and then be like, nope, I don't want it. I'm gonna let it destroy my house to prove a point to my wife. Like, I don't understand that part. Right? That's cold. Ugly thing, you can't believe Pippa has the patience to read for more than 1 minute. Good job, Pippa. Personally, I don't think I could handle that. I would either A, break and keep the dog, and then if I don't have time to take it on walks, then I would just pay somebody else to take it on walks if I had to, right? But if that's not an option, I would just take the dog back. Maybe that's fucked up. Maybe that's fucked up. But like, I'm not gonna like let her neglect the animal and destroy the house and stuff so that like I can like prove a point or whatever. Take the dog back. Don't engage with this. This is delusional, in my opinion. Garth, thank you. You do not give pets as gifts ever. I 100% agree with that. You should never give a pet as a gift. No, it's not. It's best for the dog to take it back. Yeah. He sabotaged it on purpose. This feels like everyone sucks situation. Yeah. The wife sucks for completely disregarding everything that they had talked about and going behind his back. She also sucks for giving an animal as a gift. She also sucks for like continuing to try and strong arm him into like taking responsibility for what she pawned off on him. But he sucks for not just nipping this situation in the bud and solving it immediately. You know? Argando, thank you. She forced it and he knew the limit and she went over the limit. He did the minimum to not harm the dog. I do agree with that. I do agree that like he didn't harm the dog, but like to let it, I guess, get to like this point. I don't know. It's just be a man and take the dog back. Yeah, I would say be a man, take the dog back. Fredo, thank you. Not an asshole, but definitely didn't know how to handle the situation. He shouldn't have let the wife take the dog into the house. Yeah. 𝐂𝐚𝐭, thank you. Wife willingly put the dog into a bad situation. Shameful. Yeah. I don't like this. Everyone is terrible. I don't know how you could like get a puppy and take it on walks and stuff and not name it and not get attached to it. That's pretty cold-blooded to me, right? Like, I'm not holding that against him per se. I don't think that's what makes him the asshole in the situation. I think what makes him an asshole is not just saying no and taking the dog back regardless of what she's doing. But just like that extra like, how did you do this? Thank you. I work from home followed by I don't have the time to take care of a dog. I work full time and have a dog. I just don't understand. I mean, we don't know what this guy does for a living, right? Fredo, thank you. The dog deserves better. Like, and having a dog while you're in an apartment is a lot more work than having a dog when you have a yard, right? Because when you have a yard, it's like, okay, I can let the dog outside and then just like let it hang around outside, and like I can be inside while that's happening, and it's like a very short trip, and like it's way less maintenance and everything, you know? I don't know what he does for a living. Maybe like work from home is like he does like calls or something. I don't know. I don't know. Supreme awesome, thank you. But Pippa, my dad used my $200 to get me a backyard GSD as a birthday gift. German Shepherd dog. I still have the dog for more than 8 years. Should have gotten a cat. Yeah, these people seem like they should have gotten a cat. Dr. Jack, thank you. The way the wife brought in a high-maintenance pup could have sabotaged both their incomes. True. Sergeant Buck, thank you. Having a border collie in an apartment is a mistake. They aren't only high-energy herding dogs, but they are crazy smart to boot. Yeah, different dogs are good for different things. Getting any sort of working dog for your apartment, generally not a good idea. Heck, thank you. He is an asshole, but not the asshole. Yeah. He is an asshole. He is not the asshole. I think that's a good way of putting it. Emma, thank you. Are they both sociopaths and manipulate each other? It seems like it. What do the comments say? Info, did the pup go back to the breeder? It's part of the contract for reputable breeders. If anything happens to the adopter, the pup goes back. Where's the pup? She is at home with my parents. They're training her, and since my dad is retired, he likes having a buddy around. Aw, she's happy out there. My wife is just pissed that she paid for my parents to get a dog. Okay, this lessens it. You know what? Actually, I kind of take it back. I actually kind of take it back. If OP knew that the dog was going to go to his parents, who were okay with having a dog, I think it was fine to like hold on to it for a while. I don't think it was right per se to like let it get to like a week of the puppy destroying the house and stuff and like getting comfortable living with you guys and stuff. Leifon, thank you. But it's better but still wrong. It's better still wrong, but I also don't think that this is like as vicious, I guess. Right? Like this info needs to be in the main post. Yeah, this info needs to be in the main post. If you got the dog and you were like, okay, I'm gonna have the dog for like a week and then I'm just gonna take it off to my parents, but I'm gonna show my wife that like this is not the kind of like lifestyle that we can have. I think that's fine. It's just when, like, operating under the assumption that they then, like, got rid of the dog, like, took it back to the breeder or whatever. It's like, man, you let the dog, like, get used to you and stuff, and you were, like, taking care of it and stuff for a while. Redo the poll. Okay. Is OP the asshole? Had a net positive ending? Yeah. When you assume things, Pippa. Well, there was no reason to assume anything other than what OP said. And what OP said is that they got rid of the dog. Background noise, thank you. Couldn't train the pup, trained his wife instead. I don't know, like, how to properly verbalize why this feels so different. Semi-eclectic, thank you. Getting a pet as a gift is like saying, as a gift, I'm giving you a responsibility you didn't consent to. True. I guess it's partly because, like, you don't know if the dog is going to a good home or not, you know? You don't know if the dog is going to have a good life after you just took it in as a responsibility. Like, you gave that dog a life, and then you're like, okay, now you're in God's hands. Super young, thank you. The wife got a dog and couldn't handle it. Simple. The pup is small and won't remember? Probably not. Don't put words in OP's mouth, chat. We just have what they posted to go off of. Exactly. We don't know anything that OP doesn't tell us. He didn't take it in, though? No, I'm not... I don't mean, like, he brought the dog into the situation. I'm saying, like, the dog is in the situation, right? Like, okay, I worded it poorly, but you guys know the context of the situation. The dog stayed with them for a week, and he was like, I'm going to let this dog stay with us for a week, and then I'm going to, like, ship it off to God knows where to prove a point to my wife. Moki on call, thank you. No, but he isn't a man either. She gave him a dog that she wanted and got upset when she couldn't handle it. True. Bruce of Volsung, thank you. I sided with the dog. True. I sided with the dog as well. Bahamut, thank you. Nisha, it's about causing humiliation, suffering, and absolute despair. Isn't that the point? Marriage. 2 weeks? Was it 2 weeks? Oh, 2 weeks. Okay, yeah. For 2 weeks, they had the dog. That's like the only way he could get his wife to agree. Chat seems to think we live in the 50s. He's even more of an asshole with this new info. You think so? Hungrier than you. I guess you can say that. He don't got that dog in him. I mean, you guys are weird. I think it's a weird situation to begin with. It took 2 weeks. I feel a little bit weird about him, like, keeping the dog for 2 weeks to, like, teach his wife a lesson. Mostly for the dog's sake, right? But then when you gain the information that the dog went to a loving home afterwards, like, still within the family, that part doesn't feel bad anymore, right? Like, holding on to an animal for 2 weeks to give it to somebody that is going to give it a good home. Like, that extra information does not make it feel bad. The teaching the wife a lesson part feels weird to me. Maybe she is just, like, such an unreasonable person that, like, this is the only way for her to internalize anything is to have it directly happen to her. Oh, Lucy, thank you. Chat is artistic and overthinks. More news at 11. He didn't name it, and no attachment was formed. It takes 6 months for a human and dog to attach to each other. The dog is in a good place now. Lots of land. This is definitely a gray area story. Yeah. He didn't keep it. She did. But he did keep it for 2 weeks. You can't be like, no, he didn't keep the dog. It's all her fault. Bro, it's your house too, right? If she brought home a dog that you did not agree to, I think it's 100% within your rights to say, no, this is my house too. This is not what we agreed on. I'm taking the dog back. Either you take the dog back or I'm taking the dog back. Day one, right? Yeah, you don't fuck with a living creature to prove a point? Yeah. How did he keep it? Is he just gonna take the dog and throw it out? Breton, are you dumb? You just take it back to the breeder. What do you mean? Well, I don't know how to resolve the situation. I'm just gonna fucking kill it. Well, it's in God's hands. There's nothing he can do. He has to just kill the dog. He has to just go dump it at a gas station. Are you insane? Are you insane? Are you delusional? Take the dog back to the breeder. Or fucking, like, if you know somebody who can take it, you can give it to them. Ghost of Wolsong, thank you. For me, the fact that he didn't put the dog... Good ending in the main post makes me feel like he's hiding something. Maybe. The breeder wants the dog to go to a good home. They'll help. I agree. If you got your dog from a good breeder, which personally, I don't think you did if you got a mixed breed dog like this. Maybe I'm being overly cynical. But I feel like typically if you get like a mixed breed dog, it's most likely not coming from a reputable breeder that knows what they're doing. But generally, regardless of that, they're still probably going to care about what happens to the puppy afterwards, simply by virtue of the fact that people don't like it when bad things happen to animals, usually, right? So you can contact the breeder and you can be like, hey, this is not working out. I didn't agree to this. Can I bring the dog back to you? I don't think most breeders are moral. I think most breeders would not want you to just, like, kill the dog or turn the dog loose or whatever, right? They may say, like, no, sorry, you have to figure this out on your own. I already sold you the dog. But it's worth a try, right? Like, I don't know. Space Pie, thank you. $2 said he made up the good ending later. Maybe. She didn't get it from a breeder. She got it from a farm that had extra pups. Well, then I'm sure they'll be fine taking the dog back and reselling it to somebody else. Especially if they get to keep the money anyways. The change in the story is suspicious. I don't know. I don't know. This is getting convoluted. The point is there's things that you can do. All right? Yeah, there's no harm in asking. People are so quick to take everything to the extreme of, well, no, he can't do anything. This is not his fault at all. The situation is entirely out of his hands. There's nothing that he can do. His wife got him a dog. Now he's stuck with the dog forever. Come on. Come on. Take some responsibility. Take some accountability, okay? Have some accountability. Thank you. Dear Redditors. I, 9.5M, threw a rock at another kid on the playground because he didn't like the same color Power Ranger as I did. Am I the asshole? No. Absolutely not. You gotta teach him young. You gotta teach him young. I still don't like OP. I still don't like OP. I remember when I was in the 3rd grade, I slapped a girl because she said Pokemon was better than Digimon. Not the asshole. And what the hell was your wife thinking? She obviously has no idea what responsible dog ownership actually is. You know, to be fair, 95% of people don't. I'm just gonna say the obvious, right? Like 95% of people don't. That's just the reality of the situation. And I'm assuming she figured that you would fall in love with this puppy due to nostalgia and willingly take on all the work. Absolutely, 100%. I see people offering advice on what you could have or should have done, but the post makes it seem like there was no reasoning with your wife. True. She proactively and unilaterally decided to do a dumb, shitty thing to that puppy and deserves 100% of the blame here. Mostly agree. Mostly agree. I think without the added context, a little bit less agree, because OP partook in it as well. But with the added context of the good ending, I would say, yeah, fuck her. You okay, thank you? You slapped her for being right? Listen, Digimon used to slap. Alright? And that's why I slapped her. I just had to spread the message. I'm trying to be nice, OP, as she is your wife, and I know that you love her, but she acted like she was 5 years old and not an adult. Anyone with an ounce of common sense would see that this was going to be a train wreck, except for your wife. Yes, it's sad for the dog, but you're still married to a partner who thinks like this, or rather a partner who does not think. And to top it off, she was/is mad at you about this when it was entirely her doing. Treasure Buck, thank you. IME, mutts have been the best dogs in my family ever. Oh, fuck. In my experience, mutts have been the best dog my family's ever had. My parents have a Canine Terrier mix that is both a sweetie and loves to play. Only dog I've ever seen hurt a rabbit into a heart attack. Oh, sad. You manipulated her? Pets are 2 yes, 1 no. She badgered you into giving her a yes and then broke your agreement because real life moves slower than her whims. I think this is like a really important part to consider for OP. I think this is pretty important to consider. Your wife was like, nah, we could rescue a dog, but it's taking too long. So I'm just gonna go fucking buy one from a breeder. I think that's a massive red flag. I think people that are not willing to be patient with commitments like that's... I won't make any blanket statements, but like that seems to be something you should take note of, right? LittleMewn, thank you. At least no one fucked the dog. So now, thank you. Can I return Pippa to breeder? I think better rabbit is in JP. Excuse me! Excuse me! Alex Halo, thank you. Hello, can I bring this rabbit back? I was promised a blue one that was a war criminal and not a pink one with glasses. I don't have a glasses fetish. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. One rescue my parents got was obviously half coyote. What the hell? What the hell? The wife initiated the whole situation and OP has to clean up all the mess. Not to mention he did not mistreat the dog and the dog got a place that could handle her. Yeah. It was a good outcome. Finally, thank you. I do. How old are you and your wife? Because she sounds immature. Not the asshole. Don't get any dog until she has proven she can and will respect your boundaries and your agreed upon terms. Maybe consider marriage counseling or Reddit's favorite relationship advice, divorce. Because there's no way this isn't going to put a serious strain on your relationship. I don't think you need a divorce. I think maybe just don't get any other responsibilities involving living creatures. Be that pets or kids. It's a little extreme. Yeah, I think that's a little extreme. I don't think marriage counseling is necessarily a bad thing, right? Like, as a concept, I don't know. I don't know what marriage counseling is actually like, but I want to say, in theory, I would think promote like a healthier relationship with healthier communication. But I don't know if it really needs counseling from this, and I don't know if it needs a divorce from this. It just seems like there are certain things that she can't be trusted with, and this is one of them. I don't know. I think people all have faults, right? And some people have like pretty serious faults, and like sometimes like it can be the like a deal breaker, right? But it's not like always the end of the world, you know? Like maybe she's a completely wonderful person. Divorce is always the correct answer. It was a joke. I know the Reddit's favorite relationship advice divorce thing was a joke, but... Bianca, thank you. Our rabbit is best rabbit, and JP doesn't hold up. JP is great. Divorce is an option, but it's a final option? Yeah. I don't know. Some people are really shitty in some aspects, right? And I think... like, that's just fine. You know what I mean? Maybe that's being too relaxed about it, but some people have serious faults, and you know that you just can't trust them with certain things, or you know that they're just not made for certain things, and if you can just like keep them away from those certain things, it's fine. Anyway, 67% of you voted OP is not the asshole. Alrighty. Lots of flaky people out there. Let's sort by top. Why is this a top post? This is so dumb. You people are so easily amused. Bullfrog, thank you. I say as a VTuber fan. But listen to them. Our moldy rabbit is best rabbit. 2 hours in, don't think done 3. Let's do this one. Am I the asshole here? Am I the asshole for refusing to share my huge inheritance with my step-siblings? ESL again. True. Sort by more than today? I don't know how to do that. So I, 17 male, found out only a few weeks ago that my dad left me a lot of money in a trust. Like, it's such a crazy amount that I didn't really believe it at first, but it's true. The reason is, my dad had inherited from both of his parents already. He also inherited from the only 2 uncles he had as well, and one of them was very successful and had a business. This was all explained in a letter my dad wrote to me. He had the trust set up before he came into most of the money, but when he found out his cancer was incurable, he decided to put it all aside for me once all his medical bills were paid off for him. My parents were separated, but not legally divorced when my dad was sick/died. But they weren't living together or a couple for a year. That was 10 years ago. Couple for a year. Years, maybe? And that was 10 years ago? Okay. My mom found out about the money because she reads the letter he sent me about the issue. Then she insisted she was joining me to meet with a lawyer to discuss this. When my mom learned about the money, she told her husband, and suddenly the money became a very touchy subject. I can't touch it until I'm 19 with the way my dad set it up. So I have some time to deal with this, but my mom and her husband want me to share the money with my step-siblings, 14, 8, and 7. Ooh. 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 She read his mail? That's a no-no? That is a no-no. I'm surprised he's so okay with that. I'm very surprised. Like, you're 17 years old and you don't care that your mom opened up mail that was addressed to you? That's kind of weird. Hey, Heavy Sound Siege, thank you. Send those half-sims back to the breeder. The money is enough where even if I pay for college and buy a house, I would have money left. The way the trust works, I was also told it's getting interest, which my dad had intentionally set up. My mom and her husband have struggled financially for years. Oh boy. They started dating when his youngest kid was 1. His wife had died, and he was going through a legal battle with the mother of his oldest, and his oldest is in therapy for trauma caused by their mom. Also, his youngest was born with some medical issues and has lots of doctor appointments. Between everything, money was tight. We lived paycheck to paycheck, and I worked to make my own life a little more comfortable, but we had no college savings or anything before this. My mom and her husband drained their own bank account to keep a roof over our heads. This has all been brought up to me as a good reason why I should do this. My mom told me it was selfish for dad to put it all away solely for my future, and he should have been thinking about raising me as well. She told me I might not call her husband dad or his kids my siblings, but we are a family, and that this family has been through so much together and we have struggled for so long that it would be so good and generous for me to do this. I told her it's not like I can access the money now. She said, no, but when I do, I should set up accounts for my 3 step-siblings so they have a better chance at college, and if not college, the chance to have a help start in life. Despite all their trying to talk me into it, I said no. I told them I wasn't going to share the money. My mom was so mad, but it was nothing compared to how mad her husband was. They told me to quit being selfish and start acting with compassion. OP, I'm gonna say right out of the gate, you lied to them and you say yes for now. Maybe don't give them a direct yes, but like you gotta like lead them on. And what you're gonna do, OP, is the second you can escape to go to college, you're gonna go to college and you're gonna stay in a dorm, far away from these people, so they cannot influence you or fuck with your life at all in order to like punish you or browbeat you or whatever, like into sharing the inheritance. You play friendly with them and you get the fuck out as soon as you can, okay? John Garrison, thank you. Hell no. You don't fucking stick around these people. Don't stick around. Leave. Leave. Get away from them and play friendly so they don't think that there's anything up. And then when you're like out of state, all right, when you're out of state, like going to college or whatever, staying in a dorm there, and you're like about to get your money and stuff, you know, and they start like calling you up, like, so you're gonna like give some money and stuff to like your siblings, right? You'll be like, yeah, I'm talking to my lawyers about that. I'll get back to you guys. And you just like keep ignoring them, leaving them on red. You know what I mean? If you even respond to them at all. It might be better to just like not answer at all. But I don't know if you want to like break the relationship with these people over this. I don't know. Inheritance is always a family killer. Recognize, thank you. A lie would be considered a verbal contract. He's 17. He's 17. What do you mean verbal contract? He can't sign no fucking contract. Shiny, thank you. Yep, that's the answer I expect from my Oshi as a capitalist. It's like... Bro! Like, get out of there. Get out of there. You just know. That's bad advice, woman. My advice is almost perfect. I'm sure there are other things that you can do that are better, like maybe like ignoring them entirely or whatever. But like, if you stick around with these people, they're going to continue and try and get you to give them that money, right? And if you say no to them directly, they're going to stay mad at you and make your life a living hell until you finally give up and give them the money. I don't think it's worth, while you are a minor and you have to like live under their roof and stuff, to create conflict. I don't think that's gonna end well for you. Yes, so thank you. He should say no because the mail was intruded on. Parents aren't gonna care about that. Ghost of Wolsong, thank you. Act with compassion. What a crock. Yomo Tomen, thank you. Just don't promise at 18. He gets the money at 19. Yeah. Not everyone's an evil bastard. They're already doing it. They're already getting mad at him. They're already freaking out on him. Why is it worth risking? People are crazy about money, chat. You might look at the situation and you say your family would never do that to you. But then when you're in that situation, your family just might do that to you. You don't, like, people... Money changes people, chat. Money changes people. Money corrupts. Money is a wonderful thing and also the most evil thing. All right? It's like you don't know. You don't know yet. But if you ever get in the position where you have to be dealing with family and like a lottery ticket or inheritance or whatever, you will learn very quickly. Samuel, thank you. If you like siblings, wait till they're older. Yeah. Bird, thank you. If your family blackmails you for the coffin money, they're not the family you want to keep around. Ezra Forever, thank you. It's one thing to ask him to donate some to the family's needs. This is something else. Is they clearly just look at him as a wallet now? Absolutely. They absolutely just see him as a wallet right now. You must thank you. As they say, money is the root of all evil. Yeah. Never tell people you won the lottery. Never. I think in this situation, regardless of how you feel about your family, you need to get away from them. Yuburi, thank you. Oh shit, 1 year? Happy 1 year! I think if you want... I think it would be right to share some with your family, right? I think the right thing to do would be to share some money with your family. I don't think that staying in that situation is the right thing to do, though. Kudabar, think your family is more likely to kill you for lottery winnings than anyone else. True. Sup, Mod Supremacy, thank you for the $50. Thank you for the 50 Thank you so much. Holy shit, that was a lot of good peepees. Captain Sitar, thank you. As soon as they saw that inheritance, their eyes probably lit up in dollar signs. W advised Pippa, but any ignoring or delaying would probably just make them mad, and he should just leave outright. think he should play friendly and like be like, oh, you know, like, yeah, I'll probably like probably don't use probably like I don't know how like you would word this and stuff, but like your best bet is just to like play friendly about it, right? I'm not saying make promises to give anybody any money or whatever, but like you can I don't know. No games, just leave ASAP. He doesn't have any money right now. Oh, amazing! Thank you for taking the base! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you! I'll think about it, deflect. Yeah, probably deflect. I would say just live out the rest of your time in their house. The best of your ability, keep things peaceful, and then when you can go stay at a dorm for college, like, get the fuck out of there. Cross state lines, man. DevTech, thank you. The mother probably had some idea of what was coming, and that's why she opened his mail. True. The Pakistani national, thank you. Go on, take the money and run. True. Deflect and deny. Yeah. Deflect everything. Be vague and discreet. Problem with playing friendly is mom would immediately drag him to a lawyer/bank accountant. Well, while he's a minor, he can't do anything. It's when he turns 19 that he gets the money. So until then, it doesn't matter, right? Buy a cloak, be mysterious. I think, like, probably the best way to get out of, like, a situation like this would be to just, like, continuously, like, deflect and not make, like, any plans about it, you know? James Hill, thank you. I learned exactly how family can be after, like, not make plans with them. I learned exactly how family can be after a funeral when inheritance comes into the picture. People are vicious. Yep. Rod Clips, thank you. Full saying, love of money is the root of all evil. True. Go off the grid. The mom is a legitimate guardian, yeah. Travis Anderson, thank you. The money is fake, Pippers. When he turns 18, he should consult his own lawyer. Absolutely. Dad should have pushed it up to 21 so it would be easier on the kid. True. All these stories could be fake? Yeah, but it's not fun if you go into the story thinking it's fake. Stall them, move away, and buy a house and get a degree. Find a partner with actually good in-laws. Deflecting won't work for 2 years. Well, he's already 17. He probably only needs to deflect for like another year. I don't know. I hate saying it, but depends on the family. I'm biased. My family was great with inheritance and stuff, but I have friends who have terrible experiences and it's disheartening. I just don't think it's worth taking your chances. I know I'm pretty schizo, right? So my gut reaction is like, if I win the lottery or whatever, I am not telling anybody. I am just going to be like, oh, yep, got a really big bonus. And so I'm gonna like move somewhere else, you know? And then it's like if there's like that degree of separation, like it's easier to keep things private and stuff, you know? Like you want to protect yourself because you don't know how people are gonna act until it's too late, potentially, you know? Like you don't expect it, right? But like so many, I don't know the exact numbers on it, right? But like I agree, right? The people that are most likely to kill you for your lottery money are your family, right? It's just like it's fucked up, but like that's the world we live in. I'm not saying like, oh yeah, I think this specific family member is gonna kill me for my money or whatever, but like you don't fucking know what's gonna happen. You don't fucking know. You don't know, like, okay, sure, maybe his mom wouldn't go extreme with it, but if we're talking this is like over $1 million or whatever, that's more than enough potentially for like his stepdad or whatever. You don't fucking know people. You don't know people. People will kill each other over cars and shit. You think you're safe with an inheritance just because it's like this amount or that amount? Like it's not worth it. Almost all murders are done by people with that kind of close relationship. Yeah. People who show their true colors over money. Yeah. I think the biggest red flag here is that they're getting mad. Pippa, your accent? Are you a New Yorker? No, I'm not a New Yorker. They'll change their attitude towards you when they know. Yeah. A year is a long time to avoid getting whacked. Young Kerr, thank you. I think deflection will not work on your own mother. She knows all your tells and won't be fooled. Kid's life is going to be hell till 19 regardless. I think that's true. I think that's true. This kid's life is going to be fucking miserable until he's out of there. Which is really sad. I think his dad should have set it to like 21. I think the other guy was right. Not the asshole, but get the hell out of that house! I'm fucking... Oh god, it's not looking good for me, bros. 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐿, he needs to just leave right now, not tomorrow. I don't know if that's an option. Is there a sibling of your dad's you can move in with? Invest every cent of that money, though. Talk to a financial advisor. He doesn't have the money yet, which is why I think for now he's okay. Right? I don't know. If he can self-emancipate... That is true. Chat's actually convincing me. I don't know. Like, it is... It is, like... Maybe he should just, like, get out immediately. Because, like, I guess if something did happen to him, like, it would just go to his mom, right? The inheritance would just go to his mom. So, obviously, it's in his stepdad's best interest. Mysterian, thank you. My dad should have appointed trustees to the trust to manage it. That'd be good. Spider Dude, thank you. He could always... How could Papa Kid steal Pippa's hollow merch? It's always the ones you least expect. He lives in a dorm when he gets into college? Yeah. It's a trust that can't go to anyone else. Between that and usually getting those payouts at like 25, I'm calling bullshit on the story. Christy's nuts, thank you. I had an aunt sue her son for his inheritance from his grandpa. Yeah, people are vicious. Also, make sure to keep your birth certificate, driver's license, and any other IDs and documents where they can't hold them over your head. Very true. Very true. No, my dad was an only child, and I'm the last person on that family. At least that I know of. No other family he had. Not the asshole. So your mom's new husband is mad you aren't... Oh, I should make a poll. I feel like it's pretty obvious what everyone's gonna say, though. Is OP the asshole? Like, I don't think we really need a poll for this one. I think we all know. So your mom's new husband is mad you aren't giving money to his children with your mother. This money came from your father. That was not their father. It was yours. This is whom your father wanted the money to go to. Explain to your mother that they are going to punish you for doing exactly what your dead father wanted. They can go fly a kite. Oh, if they are going to punish you for doing exactly what your dead father wanted, they can go fly a kite. His children with his late wife and his ex-wife. None of these kids are my mom's kids. Oh. That changes things like a little bit. But I don't know, like 10 years? Like he grew up with these kids for 10 years and he's 17. So like when he was 7, he was like growing up with these kids. I would still probably feel like they're family, right? So they're strangers? Not if he grew up with them for 10 years, you know? His dad died 10 years ago. Oh, wait, I don't know how long he grew up with these people, right? But it's like, if you grew up with them, you probably still consider them to be your family, even if you're not blood related, right? You're not just like, oh, yeah, sure, we grew up together the entirety of our childhood into our adult years. I do not consider you family at all. Fuck you. Kill yourself. Die. You know? Blood is everything? I very strongly disagree. I think blood is important, right? I think it's important to care about your family that you are blood related to. But I don't think other people are disqualified from being your family because they're not blood related to you. You know what I mean? Like, blood means nothing? I don't think blood means nothing either. I don't think it's like everything, right? Like, I don't think you should, like, just because, like, if your brother is like born, raised in the womb, your twin brother or whatever, right? Like, if they're fucking beating on you or whatever, or they're treating you horribly, you don't have to keep them in your life, you know? But I like my blood where it is. It's complicated. It's complicated. It's really complicated. If think about like friendships, you know, like you can, if you've had like really great friendships with people, there's like the difference between like friendship that feels like a kinship versus like a friend that's just like a friend, you know? Like there's absolutely people, especially like when you're young and you grow up in like an environment where they're like present as if they're part of your family, right? Like family, friends and stuff. It's so easy for somebody to just basically be your family, you know? 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿, this is a tough situation. You also have to admit that this is written to appeal to Redditors, makes one question the validity of the post. Blood can betray you so quickly? Yeah. Anybody can betray you so quickly. People are just people at the end of the day. Charlie Spur, thank you. I have an identical twin brother. I have him saved in my phone as spare parts. Jesus Christ. Yeah, your wife / your husband is not your blood. It's very complicated. It's extremely complicated, man. But I think it's important to value your relationships with people, right? Whether they're blood related or whether they're completely unrelated, it doesn't disqualify them from being your family. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿, thank you. I only care about half of your blood. Pipkin Centris Pippa. Oh my god. It's like... Context can change a lot, yeah. But relationships aren't based on money, true. Value everyone you care for in your lives, bros. But, I would say in this situation, if he grew up with these siblings that are not related to him, I think depending on their relationship, they are pretty much family, right? Like, is this... I think what's important to consider, if your mom and your stepdad got a divorce, is your family so close that everybody's still going to be going over to each other's houses for the holidays and like celebrating as if like you're still basically family, right? Like treating... Are you still going to act as family if the bridge that connects you both is gone? If they are not going to continue to be your family once your stepdad is out of the picture, hypothetically, then no. You have zero obligation to share anything with them. You know? If you are so close that you do not... Like, it doesn't matter that they're not blood related to you. Like, they are your family. You are going to continue to want them in your lives regardless. They are going to continue to want you in their lives regardless. Then I think it would be good to share some part of your inheritance. I'm not saying buy them a house or whatever, right? But like... I don't think just because it's your inheritance, you should be like, okay, it's entirely mine, nobody else can have anything, right? I think you should want to give back to your family. You know, they're your family. You grew up with them. They raised you. You know? Why? Because that's just my moral alignment. That's what makes sense to me, is I want my family to continue to care about and take care of me, so I'm going to continue to care about and take care of my family, right? I would want them to place a priority on, if I had children, my children, right? I would want, if I had children, my children to put a priority on their family as well. I think it's just good practice for one's own survival to care about their tribe. You know what I mean? The intention behind giving the money is important and shouldn't be forced. Exactly. The family shouldn't even ask if it's inheritance. End of story. I think ideally they shouldn't ask, but I also don't entirely fault them for asking. Right? Like, is it the best thing to do? No. But I'm not like I can see why the mom would ask, you know, like if they're struggling for money, like she views these kids as her own, she wants them to have a good future. I think it would make sense that she would want the opportunity and would attempt to pursue, to some extent, the opportunity to give them a head start in life. And maybe it was just like a short-sighted attempt at that and she doesn't mean any malice, but like if I was the kid, I wouldn't risk that. Brickman, thank you. Shared my sister into my brother's inheritance. Also, we paid off our parents' house. Hell yeah. ACM, thank you. I'd invest or go to college, then give back. I think ACM has the right idea. I think that's the right idea, right? Like you should look after yourself first and foremost. Because ultimately, that's what everybody should do, right? Like, and people will be like, oh, but Pippa, didn't you just say you should care about your family? Well, yeah. But you don't, it doesn't have to be one or the other, right? It can be one and then, you know? I think OP should go to college, probably in another state, see how his relationship with his family maintains. He should get himself a stable place to live, stabilize his life. And then when it gets to the point where it's like, oh, should I buy myself a second home or should I help my family with some stuff? Well, you should probably help your family with some stuff. Right? Like, that just makes sense. You know? Like, you've got your life sorted out now. You're good to go. Now I think it makes sense to help your family. 𝐿𝐴𝐿, thank you. Real story. Rented an apartment with friend after grad. He 27. Unemployed. Me 23. Job. First month. Had a disagreement. Asked him to take up the trash. His mom responds saying I owe her money for my router. Tell her to F off. Threatens to sue for defamation. Demands I leave apartment. What the fuck? Nowadays he's gonna need the whole thing for a home. I mean, he doesn't say how much exactly he got. That'd be fair. I think that's fair. I think my opinion on things is a bit more maybe greedy than most, where it's like I would want to buy myself what I want first. And I would not like... I think it's good to compromise where you can with things, right? But you shouldn't compromise on your own future. You know? I think he should set out to live the life that he wants to live, and his family can choose to be a part of that, and he can in turn choose to help them out and help them to live the life that they want to live, right? That's not more greedy than most, just more greedy than most would admit. Put on your own oxygen mask before helping others. Exactly, Nightmare. Exactly. Take care of yourself so you can take care of others in the future. Yeah. Gotta look out for yourself first. He says it's more than enough for college and buying a house. I still think he should just use it to get himself to finance a house. That's freedom of being able to uplift yourself. Not many people get. First thing, he needs to buy a Lego Death Star. I think relationships in life are sometimes more transactional than people realize. I think that's true. It was his dad's money. The step-siblings were strangers to him. I mean, were they? I don't think they say that, right? I don't think he says that the step-siblings are strangers, did he? Unless I missed it. I don't know. Maybe I missed that part. At least you should try and, like, support your mom, right? Later in the thread. Strangers to his dad? Yeah, he said they were strangers to his dad, so it wouldn't make sense for his dad to want to give the money to the kids. Yeah, strangers might be taking it a bit far for the info given. The kids were strangers to his dad. Not the asshole, you didn't choose how your dad set up the inheritance and they're not his kids. I know it if I said that to my mom, she would tell me they're still my siblings. She also wouldn't like it if I pointed out they're step-siblings, not bio or legal siblings. Well, because, like, depending on how close you are to them, like, I do think that would be weird. I have half-siblings, right? And I'm not, like... Well, you're not my full-blooded sibling, so you don't deserve what a full-blooded sibling would get. Right? Like, that'd be fucking weird. You know what I mean? I don't know. I didn't grow up with you in the majority of my life, so you don't deserve to have the treatment of a sibling. That'd be weird. My stepbro will get the money and I'm not going to try and pry that from him. Wait a second, should have been focused on raising you. Did your dad not contribute to raising you? My mom and dad shared custody before he died, so he did, but mom said he should have set aside money for me to be raised on after he was gone. I mean, they kind of did. Kind of. I mean, I get what she's saying, but... Not the asshole, you need to get out of that house as soon as possible. Not saying move out same day you turn 18, but start planning and preparing your exit. You don't want to live in that house when you turn 19. True. Yeah, it's pretty much everybody just saying like the same thing. He's 17, yeah, raised on for a year. Yeah, I mean, it's not like he planned to die. Well, I mean, he knew he was going to, but... Oh yeah, and the dad died years ago. Okay, yeah. The mom 100% got alimony, she just isn't mentioning it. Ezra forever, thank you. That right there tells me she's bluffing. She wants the money for sure. Why does this one... Am I crazy or does the text look different on this one? Am I having a stroke? Chat, why is this like a different font or something? What is this? Why is this different? How do you even do that? Planex, thank you. Wait, Pippa. He would know his step-siblings at least a few years after the youngest kid, since those are not his Maulers. Yeah, but like, how old was he growing up with them, right? Nocturnal, thank you. Guy expires and she still wants to tell him how to spend his money. Copy and paste? How do you do, how did they do this? What the fuck? Ah! Why did you format it like this? You're deranged! Don't do that! What is wrong with you? Fucking freak? What? Am I the asshole for refusing to be maid of honor over a bridesmaid, causing her to get fired? Ooh, this will be fun. I love wedding drama. It's all so, like, unimportant. People are insane with weddings. Maybe this is me being a sociopath, but I look at wedding drama and I'm like, this is like the biggest issue for somebody that has absolutely no problems in their lives whatsoever, right? People are like, this is my one day to be happy. Everything has to be exactly how I want it. You're deranged. You're fucking insane. What? This is your day to have everything be perfect? This is your day? It's a fucking wedding. Isn't it supposed to be like how much about how much you love your partner? Isn't it supposed to be like a wholesome joining of families? I swear to God, some women turn this into like, oh, this is my day to be a princess. It's not your day to be a princess, you delusional freak. It's your day to join your families in holy matrimony. You're deranged. You're fucking deranged. Princesses all around is way too common. It's so common. I used to love that show, Bridezilla. It's such a bastardization of what you would think the event would be about, right? It's like... It feels like weddings have had like that same layer of commercialization as Christmas, but without any of the tact, right? And you can argue, oh, well, Christmas isn't very subtle about how it has blah, 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 right? Like, it's still about, like, buying presents and stuff, but it's like... I mean, it's still about, like, buying presents for other people, at least, right? Right? Like, with weddings, it's like... It's my day to be a princess, so I'm gonna spend a metric fuck ton of money on a bunch of overpriced shit to have my one day be absolutely perfect. It's deranged. Charlie Spur, thank you. Sometimes stuff happens that you don't plan for. I woke up at 27 with double vision one day and wear an eye patch now. Couldn't plan for that. Holy hell. I hope you are able to find out why. Weddings are way worse than Christmas. It's my day to be a bitch to everyone. Weddings are now commercialized. Buying / making things with loved ones in mind? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Am I the asshole for not wanting to talk with my father on the phone just because my favorite YouTuber is streaming? You can watch my VOD. Fun fact, diamonds are actually very cheap. It's just kept artificially high. I like diamonds. I think diamonds are beautiful. I absolutely adore diamonds. I don't understand why diamonds are the be-all, end-all of wedding rings. Or of jewelry in general. Cubic zirconium is identical. You can't tell unless you take it in to like people that like look under a microscope with it and shit. Just get cubic zirconium. Is that toxic? Like, I don't want to be the person where it's like, oh, like, how could you, like, why would you buy this? There are children starving in Africa. Or why would you buy the expensive version of something when you could just buy, like, the cheaper version of the thing? Like, okay, like I'm the person where it's like, okay, the name brand cereal, I will buy that over the discount version. Sometimes. There's some where I do believe the off-brand tastes the same as the name brand. But not with all of them, right? Not with all of them. Like, the cookie one. I forget what it's called. The cookie, they're like little cookies. The little cookie, cereal. Cookie Crisp. The off-brand of that does not taste the same. I already tried. The, like, little chocolate bits are way too hard. Versus the whatchamacallit. Why do I have so many messages from management? Oh, God. Versus the name brand. Also, my music died. Hold on, next page. Space by thank you. I'm specifically giving those starving children a job buying a diamond. It's like, it just doesn't seem worth it to get diamonds to me. Like, again, speaking as somebody who will buy name brand cereal over off-brand, even though, like, maybe it is the exact same. A faceted watermelon tourmaline or wolfenite garnets or aquamarine are just as beautiful. Yeah, like, there's so many different wedding ring options, right? There's so many different gems. Is cubic zirconium not exact? Goodbye, thank you. You can get a moissanite ring. It's better than cubic zirconium, much more sparkly, much closer to a diamond. Okay, well, I can't tell the difference between cubic zirconium and a diamond. But I will believe you in that moissanite is better. Welcome, Raiders. I don't see a raid alert. Thank you for the raid! I don't know who raided, but thank you! It's like... After raid? Oh, thank you for the raid! It's the atomic structure. JMS raid. Thank you! Women like knowing their partner spent a lot of money on them, Pippa, aka the cost is the point. Well, have them spend more on something actually useful. Right? Am I the sociopath here? I feel like... Wouldn't it make more sense instead of buying a stupid fucking ring that costs as much as, like, a car? It would make way more sense to, like, buy a car. As for everything, you precious jewels are a scam. They're mined for pennies, if nothing at all, then sold to jewelers and sold off to fools at exorbitant prices for the prestige of having supposed rare metal. Like, I don't want to be one of those people where it's like you cannot spend money on things that are not practical ever, right? It's just that there's some things where it's so out of the way dependent on emotion that it doesn't make any sense. You know, like, you could spend that money... If you want to spend that kind of money to, like, prove your love or whatever, what about, like, a trip? What about making lifelong memories with each other in, like, another country? Or, like, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity event or something, you know? Why don't you spend, like, a shit ton of money to, like, you could go to, like a ball or something, you know? Like, you want, like, a really traditionally romantic gesture? Why don't you fly out to Italy and go attend, like, one of those, like, beautiful ballroom dances and buy, like, a super expensive dress and a super expensive suit? And then you guys have, like, that night out with each other and you can get lovely photos and dance under the chandelier and drink champagne or whatever, right? And then maybe spend, like, a couple hundred on a ring instead of, like, thousands. You know what I mean? It just seems so much more realistic. I don't know. It sounds pretty epic. Or the honeymoon trip. Yeah, or the honeymoon trip. Expensive rings were meant for wives to sell and have money if something happened to the hubby in the olden days. Yo, I'm Joe. Thank you. I would never spend money on impractical things. Edwin Orella, thank you. You are a psychopath, but not for that take. Mysteria, thank you. You spend your money on overpriced plushies and gacha PNGs. Don't you dare lecture us on this stuff. That is true, right? Like, I'm not saying, like, I am completely devoid of wasting my money on insane bullshit. It's just, it feels like once it gets above a certain threshold, it's just completely ridiculous, right? I would not buy a plushie that I have to make payments on. You know what I mean? I would not buy a plushie where it's like, I could buy this plushie, or I could pay rent for several months. I could put a down payment on a house. I could... Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Go on, Crystallian, thank you. Get yourself a girl who says yes to a ring pop proposal. Use the money for the wedding or add the house deposit fund. Shout out to Simple Flips. How many plushies do you have? A lot. A moissanite ring is cheaper and looks better than a diamond ring. What if it's really cute, though? If I want to spend, like, a couple $100 on a stuffed animal, I would get one custom made. And then it's like, I'm commissioning, like, an art piece, right? Or like the Colress plushie. That was, like, stupid expensive. The Colress plushie was, like, the max I would ever spend on a plushie. And I forget how much exactly that was. Like, 300 or something? Yeah, customer made is 300 tops. Yeah, it was like exactly around that price frame. It was like, it's too much money. It's too much fucking money. And that's why it's like the fucking end cap. Sonar, thank you. Can I take the ring instead of you, Pippa? Surprised it wasn't more? Is it holding up well? Yeah, it's holding up great. And he has like the little costume and stuff and his little glasses. At least it's unique. Yeah, and it's pretty unique. Good mindset. If you're going to get something expensive, it should actually be special. Yeah. It's not to say like a ring isn't special at all. It's just like, why would I... Like it's a ring. I don't know. I feel like what would make it like... It feels weird to me for defining to define special as like how much money you spent on it, right? You're defining the object by its sense of luxury rather than by the thought and emotion put into it, right? To me, right? If it's like, okay, I want like a really special wedding ring then it's like, I would want my partner to like go out and be like, oh, I found like this ruby ring that reminds me of your eyes, right? Because look, I have pink eyes. I guess rubies are red, but whatever. And it's got a the ring itself has like a fucking Celtic knot embroidery style or whatever that reminded me of your hair braids and the trip to Ireland we took or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Like you would think it would you'd want it to be like special in the sense that it has like individual meaning to you rather than a meaning defined pretty much entirely by just society. Like, I know that sounds like kind of like a hippie take of like, oh, you're gonna let society tell you what to do? But it's like, this is like you getting a car because your neighbor got a new car, right? Like, you're not living for you, you're living because, like, somebody else got something nice, and now you have to, like, one-up them, or you have to, like, meet, like, their fucking standards of how nice your car should be, or whatever, you know? It's just, it doesn't... It feels like sheep mentality. Frostbit, thank you. Bought a custom designed silver necklace. She complained it wasn't white gold! Killer. Some people only care about the price tag. She's a dumb fucking bitch. Vanity? Yeah, vanity. Well, thank you. You can custom order rings with vessels that contain your actual blood. How's that for personalized? I don't think I'd like that. Thank you. The fiance will be like, but diamond rings are a tradition. When said traditions date all the way back to the distant era of the 1940s as a marketing ploy. Eh. Man. Outdated rules for an outdated era? I don't think wedding rings are a bad idea. I think it's like if you have like a wedding ring, right? Like it does help mark your place, I guess, in society a little bit in like a cute, wholesome way of like, oh, I'm taken by somebody and that person is taken by me. Like they also have a ring, right? Like it's kind of cute. It's a cute tradition, I think. I just think the diamond aspect of it is taking it to an extreme that does not seem necessary. It's a symbol. Yeah, it's a symbol. Appaloosa, thank you. Saw a wife getting her husband an engagement ring made from meteorite and a dinosaur fossil. Super cool. That is so based. That is so fucking based. It's neat if someone wants to keep the ring always on to show their love. Yeah. I also just don't think it's like a necessary thing either, though. At the same time, like, if you're like, I just don't want to do rings at all, I think that makes perfect sense. Especially, like, people that have, like, factory jobs and shit where it could, like, cost them their finger if they're not wearing it. Like, and that's your lifestyle. I don't think you need it. Right? I don't think it's, like, a must-have kind of thing. I don't think you're a bad person for not wearing your wedding ring or whatever. It's one of those things where it just is what it is, and people put... I don't think it's wrong to put emotion and importance and emphasis on it. I just think it's like, it should be individualized, right? It's person to person. Power Maniac Bro, thank you. Defined by society, which was based on a multinational corporal ad campaign, even going so far as having the percentage price of the ring based on your monthly income being ingrained as fact. So now thank you, but your equipment space is empty in hands? Huh? Tildy or Pippa doesn't understand jewelry. I like jewelry. I am an actual female, chat. I do enjoy jewelry. I just personally prefer stuff like necklaces. I think necklaces are cute, right? Necklaces are cute. Less dangerous. Not entirely not dangerous, but less dangerous. Lies, prove it. Fellows, thank you. Random tangent. I used to think that wedding band was a bracelet alternative to a wedding ring. I was a dumb kid. The people in this story are my best friend Jane, her brother Elliot, and his girlfriend of 2 years, Kathy. Oh, this is so many names. Hold on, I'm gonna read it one more time. The people in this story are my best friend Jane. So Jane is the best friend. Elliot is Jane's brother. And Elliot's girlfriend is Kathy. This is too many names. Jane is marrying her fiance Tom. Oh my god, not more names. Not more fucking names. Jane is marrying her fiance Tom in July, and she asked me to be her maid of honor. This was sort of expected, as Jane is essentially a sister to me. I was surprised, however, that she asked her brother's girlfriend, Kathy, to be a bridesmaid. Jane later confided that Kathy had kind of pressured her into it, and she had done it to make Elliot happy. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. I think this is like a reasonable compromise to make, right? Like, you want to make your brother happy, so like... Actually, wait, no, never mind. Wait, no, Kathy's just a girlfriend. You know what? No, this doesn't make sense to me. Elliot's being kind of a prick. I think it's weird to insert your girlfriend into your sister's wedding. Like, she's not even your fiance. You're gonna have her be like a permanent fixture of your sister's wedding. Like a main piece of your sister's wedding. She's your girlfriend, bro. She's not your fucking fiance or your wife. In false accent, thank you. Diamonds, real or fake, are worth pennies resale. Floyd Sibling, thank you. A dramatis personae, how lovely. That is weird. That's weird. That's pretty weird. Too much for a girlfriend. Yeah, that's too much. That's too much. Plus one at best. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Right? Because the role of bridesmaids... Now, trust me, I watched a lot of Bridezilla. The role of bridesmaids is to support the bride and, like, help her get ready for the wedding, help run errands for her, do, like, chores for her involving the wedding, right? Like, setting up, like, tables and shit. Like, helping the bride use the bathroom and stuff while she's wearing the oversized dresses. Like, it's a very, like, intimate role where you need to trust the people involved, right? I don't think you can put your girlfriend as your sister's bridesmaid. Unless they were already friends beforehand. Alex Blackfoot, thank you. When I get married, I'm gonna get custom swords made for myself and my spouse. We're gonna learn like HEMA and learn how to fight. Sword fight. Have the rogue. Have at the rogue. Or something. I don't know. I don't LARP yet. But that seemed like fun. I hope you have a good time. Bridesmaids are lifelong companions? Yeah. I thought the rule of bridesmaid was to seduce the groom. Well, yeah, that too sometimes. Yeah, you can. It's not like Bridezilla in real life. It's not like as extreme, but that is the role of bridesmaids, right? The role of a bridesmaid is to help the bride. That's why you're a bridesmaid. You're the bride's like lady to help with. Sovereign, thank you. For becoming Big Pippi. The fun ones at least. The issue is, Kathy hates me. Like, seriously hates me. She blames me for all the issues she has had with Elliot and Jane's parents, and for her not having a better relationship with Jane. Who are you in this? Jane is your friend. Elliot is her brother, and Kathy is his girlfriend. You're not related to these people at all. Sicker Rain, thank you. Thanks for the 9 months of great content. You're the first VTuber I watched and have shown me a world of content I didn't know existed. Keep kicking ass. Thank you, thank you. Why is Kathy beefing with you as if you're one of the siblings? This is crazy. Kathy's crazy. As for Forever, thank you. Is this pull up for the... Oh, wait, yeah, this is for the old one. This is for the old one. We haven't started on this one yet. She also thinks I'm trying to steal Elliot from her. I'm not. This girl is crazy. But also cannot handle whenever he and I disagree on anything and will go way overboard defending him and arguing with me. I really hate people like this. I really, really do not like people like this, where it's like the extreme opposite of the issue where it's like you know when you see like somebody just letting their partner let them get dragged, right? Like people that don't stand up for their spouse or their partner at all, right? Like that's an issue. But then when it goes to the other end, it somehow feels even worse. It's somehow like, 𝐶𝐚𝐭 𝐑𝐮𝐥𝐞𝐬, is this one of those damn word problems where they become extremely overproductive? Yeah, it's like, it almost feels like they're inserting themselves into drama just because they want to be involved in drama, right? Both sides are the same to me. Sometimes you gotta fight your own battles. Sometimes you have to fight your own battles. I would rather err on the side of like, you have to fight your own battles rather than I am going to be your sword and your shield throughout anything, even petty arguments. Like, that's just insane. That's just insane to me. I was determined to put this all aside for Jane, though. Okay, that's good. This was actually not going too badly, but last weekend we went to a bridal shop to choose bridesmaid dresses. Jane mentioned that she wanted me and Elliot to walk down the aisle together. Jane is an idiot! Your friend Jane is a dumb bitch! Your friend Jane is setting you up for disaster! And Kathy lost it. She called me desperate, crazy, a pick-me, a fake, fat, and a bunch of other things. Jane is insane. Kathy is insane. And you are also insane for ever entertaining the idea that this would be appropriate. I think you have a little bit of responsibility for not predicting this outcome, right? Am I insane here, chat? Am I being too mean to OP? This feels like if this girl was already being hyper insecure about your relationship to her boyfriend, you should have never allowed Jane to make plans for her brother to walk you down the aisle. You should have known that was going to cause an issue. It wasn't OP's decision. OP could have said, hey, I don't think this is a good idea. It's Jane's wedding. Well, Jane is being a bitch. Looking back, I probably should have said more than I did, but at that moment I could see how everyone was looking at her, and I didn't want them looking at me the same way. I understand this. When somebody's going off on you in public and you're just kind of like looking around and you're looking at the other people who are looking at the person that's going off on you, and then they kind of like give you like a little bit of a side eye where like you can't tell if they're being sympathetic towards you or if they're like waiting for you to snap as well, and you're just like, yep, I want to die. I don't like that. I don't like that feeling. I don't like that feeling. So I literally just said, yeah, I'm not dealing with this. Either she's out or I am, and picked up my stuff and left. I think this is a bit of an extreme, but I don't fault OP, I guess. I don't know. I would have tried to resolve the issue of like Jane fucking pairing me up with Elliot or whatever. But I also don't know if I blame OP. It's kind of like this isn't like a family member or anything, right? This isn't Elliot's fiance. This isn't Elliot's wife. This isn't a member of anyone's family in the situation, right? This is a girlfriend of 2 years that is going insane over something where it's like not really her place. She shouldn't have to deal with getting shat on by Kathy. It may have been bad, but I hardly think that could have been solved in time. Yeah, I don't think it could have been solved. 2 years is common law wife territory? I don't know, man. I don't think that has any, like, bearing on her place in this situation. Like, she's still a girlfriend. She's not a wife. And it's not even like... There's like the people where it's like they've been boyfriend and girlfriend for fucking 40 years, right? And they're like, yeah, we just don't get married because we just don't, right? Like, there's those kinds of couples, but you don't know if a couple is that kind of couple until they're that kind of couple, right? Until they've been together for like 40 years and everyone's like, yeah, they're pretty much married. You don't get to make that assumption with a 2-year relationship. As far as everybody's concerned here, Kathy is just a girlfriend. That goes for a lot of shit? Yeah. I apologized to Jane for the drama and offered her a long weekend of babysitting and some flowers to make up for it, and she accepted, so we're okay now. That's good. Because of this, Jane has said that Kathy can't be a bridesmaid anymore because she wants me as maid of honor. This has caused issues with Kathy and Elliot by extension. Both Elliot and Kathy have apologized and said Kathy will behave better for all the wedding events. But I'm not willing to budge. Okay, now you're being an asshole. Now you're being an asshole. Jane's mother and my mother both think I should drop the ultimatum. Yeah, you should. And I don't want to make things hard on Jane, so I'm rethinking. Yeah, you should rethink. Kathy is so weird in the story. Kathy is weird in the story. But I know there's other things she will try to cause issues with me over, and I just don't know how long I can keep being the bigger person with her. So am I the asshole for causing this drama? Do you really think she will, though? I guarantee Kathy's going to continue being an asshole. But I don't think you should be giving Jane an ultimatum here. Hold on. Is OP the asshole? I don't think you should be giving Jane an ultimatum. When it's just not your place like that, right? I don't think you should be getting so controlling. Kathy's absolutely gonna start shit at the actual wedding. Yeah, she is. But that isn't OP's problem, right? If Kathy makes a scene at the wedding, everyone gets to see how much of a bitch Kathy is, and maybe Elliot will fucking grow a spine and do something about it or whatever, right? But it's Jane's situation to deal with. OP should just stay away from Kathy. She is no longer forced to interact with Kathy. Kathy is most likely not going to be seated at the same table as OP and the rest of the bridesmaids, right? Kathy is going to be a bitch, but like not in forced proximity to OP. You know what I mean? Like, just walk away, dude. Just walk away. The ultimatum here is I cannot be around this person. That's perfectly reasonable as an ultimatum. At a wedding where you have a bunch of people that realistically don't want to be around a bunch of other people, but it's like just assumed courtesy that you're there to show support for the two people getting married. Like, I think you should get over it. I think you should get over it. I think you're not going to be, like, you can say, I don't want to be put at the same table as Kathy. Done. You are now not at the same table as Kathy. You now have, like, such, like, a tiny, tiny, tiny percentage chance of ever interacting with Kathy. Kathy would have to walk up to you. And if Kathy walks up to you, you tell Kathy to go sit her ass down. You don't want to talk to her. You tell Kathy to fuck off. The wedding party is always at the same table. There's like different tables for people to sit at. There's no table in the world big enough for the vast majority of like wedding seating. Right? There's like the big long table that the bride and groom and like the bridesmaid and groomsmen will sit at, right? But Kathy is no longer a bridesmaid, so she's not at that table. Andrew B, thank you. I think Jane might be using OP to help her with Kathy out of the wedding, but maintain her personal relationship with Kathy because Elliot is her bestie. That's right, the wedding is for Jane, not OP. Avoid Kathy and do your best. Yeah. The tables are right next to each other. Just don't talk to Kathy! Yeah, go get up and sit somewhere else! I don't know. I think OP is right to fucking hate Kathy. Kathy's a crazy bitch and should fuck off. I don't think OP should be giving out ultimatums though. That's bullshit. Yeah, how hard is it to just not engage? How hard is it to give Kathy a dirty look when she tries to talk to you? And then just like take a bite of food, right? You let Kathy be a cunt. You don't engage with her. You don't talk to her. What's she gonna do? Throw hands? It's not OP's wedding. She needs to chill. Yeah. They're all crazy people. They're all crazy. OP is a female Redditor. Stay on the dance floor the entire wedding. She might. Some do. Well, then Kathy looks insane, and now you have a great story to tell. Kathy will start something if you don't do anything too. Well, let Kathy start something. Here's the thing, chat, about crazy people. If you don't engage with their crazy, they just look fucking crazy. That's the brilliant thing about crazy people, is when they try and cause a scene, if you just ignore them, they just look fucking insane. And when they go to other people and they're like, ah, she's ignoring me, she gave me a dirty look, blah, 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 blah. What are other people gonna say to you? Why are you being mean to Kathy? I didn't say anything to her. I'm minding my own business. Well, that's not right. You should be treating Kathy with respect. Talk to Kat, blah, 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 blah. I don't want any part of that. If other people are gonna confront you and make you out to be the bad guy, they're gonna learn real quick that Kathy is fucking insane and is gonna do the same shit to them. If it even gets to that point. I guarantee Kathy is gonna throw, make a big ass scene of like, oh, that whore looked at my boyfriend. They walked down the aisle together. Can't you believe it? Fucking Grandpa Ernest is gonna be like, well, they've known each other since they were kids. Imagine being rational and calm. Disarms 90% of all situations. True! You can't predict everything that's gonna happen, right? But if you just stay calm and don't let your emotions dictate your decisions, you will have so much of an easier life. Everything gets so much easier when you just like stop for a moment and consider your actions. Kathy is a crazy bitch. Let her be crazy. Don't fucking toss up ultimatums like this. This is like, if you were the groom, right? Or if you were the bride. So say OP is actually Jane in this situation, and Kathy is still like related to the bride or whatever. I don't fucking know. Like, if you're like, if this is your wedding, this is a situation where you can like draw the line, right? But this is, you're a friend, you're supposed to be there, be supportive, you know, weather the storm a little bit, keep the peace. This is not your battle to fight, in my opinion. Kathy isn't really that crazy. Kathy is insane. Kathy is making a scene in public. 52% of you guys say no OP are... No, OP is not the asshole. I think OP is the asshole. I disagree with Chad on this one. I think OP is the asshole for issuing the ultimatum. I don't think OP is an asshole for not wanting to be around Kathy. I just think OP is handling it in a bad way. That's my take on it. Chat is basically 50-50. I think if Jane was a better friend, she would not put OP in the situations OP has been in. I think if Jane is aware that Kathy keeps trying to start shit with OP, Jane would not put them in close proximity to one another, regardless of what her brother wants. You know, sometimes you have to tell people no. And that's the thing you can do. You can tell people no. I think the bride and groom are bigger assholes than OP for trying to insist two people who hate each other should both be at their wedding. Maybe if there was any chance they could get along, but no. I think Elliot needs to fucking tell his girlfriend to chill. And maybe keep a leash on her during the wedding. I don't think Kathy should be entirely disinvited. But I think Kathy needs to be put on a fucking leash during it. Yeah, for sure. Man needs to control his girlfriend? Yeah. Kinky! You guys are freaks. But your responses are very schizophrenic on this. Flip-flopping every couple minutes. I have not flip-flopped at all. How am I flip-flopping on this? Jane is a bitch for doing this to OP. OP is a bitch for giving Jane an ultimatum during her wedding, saying, I won't come if the other girl's here. Elliot is an asshole for letting Kathy act insane. You have a problem with both of them? I do too. They're all the asshole. You're not one guide? One guide? Okay. Let's see. Top response. 2.9k updates. She blames me for all the issues she has with Elliot and Jane's parents and not for her having a better relationship or friendship with Jane. She also thinks I'm trying to steal Elliot from her. Why? This all seems kind of suspicious. She obviously behaved horribly, but I do not understand why she hates you so much in the first place, or why she feels like you're to blame for issues she has with his family. ETA, not the asshole. Is it suspicious? I don't really think so. Am I not discerning enough? I don't think it's... How is it? It's a little sus? I don't think... Yeah, everyone's the asshole. I think ETA is everyone's the asshole. Yeah. The girlfriend just seems insecure. That's not uncommon of a situation. At all. So many people are like, no, my partner cannot have friends of the opposite sex because if they do, they're obviously interested in that person and they're gonna cheat on me and they're gonna leave me and blah, blah, blah. So I need to like try and chase the other person out of their life so they are no longer a threat to my relationship. That is not uncommon at all. One could argue posting in such a weak subreddit is an asshole, lol. It's a little sus, but likely insecure. I think it's just insecure. I think, like, 99% chance what happened here is Kathy didn't like that Elliot and OP are basically best friends. Probably said some bitchy stuff to OP. OP probably complained about how bitchy Kathy is. The family probably took OP's side because Kathy's acting like an insecure, insane woman. And then that got back to Kathy somehow, and now she's pissed and blames OP. If that even. It might just be that Kathy is like schizoing out, thinking that OP narked on her behavior. I don't think OP is friends with Elliot. OP and Elliot are friends. That's why Kathy is pissed. I think, right? I think they're friends. Maybe they're not even friends. Read OP's response? Okay. She feels like Elliot's dad hates her because he wanted Elliot to date me. This is not true. I don't know why he doesn't like her. She apparently thinks there's no room for her and Jane to be close because Jane already has a sister. Kathy's insane. Oh wait, oh, she's not friend. Oh, I thought she was friends with Elliot. Okay, genuinely don't know why she thinks I'm trying to steal Elliot. We have never been close/friends. Oh, I have never given any indication that I want her boyfriend. We annoy the ever-loving crap out of each other, though. For some reason, I thought it was, OP was friends with Elliot and Jane. Huh. Okay, so Kathy's really insane. Yeah, Kathy's extremely insecure. Oh, yeah, grippy socks time. Grippy socks time. Kathy do be insane. Elliot should probably drop Kathy. She sounds overly insecure for being with him for only 2 years. Or for being with him for 2 years. It's going to be an issue at the wedding. Chat, would this be a deal breaker for you? Because it would be for me. If my partner was running around causing drama and straining relations in my family, that would be like an instant deal breaker. Yes? And before I can fix her, yeah, pull it. Absolutely would. It's like, I don't need that in my life. I don't need those problems. I don't need that drama. And especially, I don't need somebody in my life that cannot get along with other people. That's just my perspective on things. I would much rather, ideally, somebody that is like the exact opposite, right? Where they want to be friendly with everybody. They want to like foster relationships and be friends with my friends and be friends with my family. If you are doing the exact opposite of that, like it would just, like, I don't want to run around picking up the pieces of your the interactions with other people. Like, this just seems insanely stressful. Katie did, thank you. The only reason why Kathy apologized is because Elliot told her he's going to dump her if she doesn't stop ruining his sister's wedding. How hot is she, though? No, not a hotness can negate this much crazy. Is she crazy and hot? Maybe. But, like, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Is a 10 worth it if they destroy your relationships with everybody else? Kathy cheating on Elliot? I generally feel like people who are hyper insecure about their partner cheating on them are projecting. That's just like what I've seen in I guess like other people's retelling of events, I guess. I don't have like a lot of evidence there to go off of, but it just seems like, I don't know. And then like you see it online as well a lot, right? Where it's like people like content creators, right? They'll be like, didn't this happen to like Spoonie and stuff, where it's like their partner went insane and was like, you're cheating on me, you're cheating on me, you're cheating on me, and then it turned out like they were cheating on them. It's just so common. Where's your study, Piba? Literally no amount of hotness would make that worth putting up with. A good personality adds to attractiveness and a shitty one takes away. Ezra Forever, thank you. The crazy ones are always either the hottest in the world or look like they've done meth since they were 4, no in between. Not the asshole. So literally just said, yeah, I'm not dealing with this. Either she's out or I am, and picked myself up and left. A very adult and de-escalating reaction. You handled that situation well. I don't think so. I think this is like a very like teenager reaction. Of like, you don't know how to handle the situation, so you back off from it. And I don't think this is always, like, the wrong move, right? I think it's fine and great sometimes to remove yourself from some situations. But yeah, I don't think it's de-escalating, and I don't think it's very adult. Is this sarcasm? I can't tell. Well, they said not the asshole. I don't think this is sarcasm. Ultimatums aren't adult, no. It's... I think what would be... Okay, let's just break this down. De-escalating, you're not de-escalating the situation. You're making tensions rise because now Jane feels like she has to pick between her best friend and her brother's girlfriend, right? And she doesn't care about her brother's girlfriend, I guarantee. But she does care about her relationship with her brother. So basically, when you break it down, she's having to pick between her relationship with her brother and potentially, like, a future, like, part of the family, if for some reason Elliot does stay with Kathy. But realistically, like, she's having to pick between her brother and you. Which is just not a situation you want to put somebody in. You're making everything way more complicated for everybody. Very adult. I feel like the adult thing to do would be to talk this out with all the parties involved. Except for Kathy, because she's crazy and you know she's not going to compromise on the situation at all. Right? Don't deal with Kathy at all. I would talk to Jane and Elliot, and I would be like, hey, I can't be around Kathy. Like, if I can be put on the other side of the event away from Kathy, that would mean a lot to me. Right? You just say the solution to every problem is to just talk it out. Yeah, because that's like what works. That's what works. First step, you try and talk out the situation. Step 2, if that doesn't work, you take matters into your own hand. I'm a snail, thank you. Just marry a fellow autist. That's what I did, and we were both able to communicate very honestly because we both have to work on that a lot because of our shared condition. Excuse me? I feel like the people that get what they want in life tend to be the people that are very good at influencing others. Right? The only way to have any influence over other people is to speak to them. Right? Like, you can try and strong-arm people, but you're straining the relationships. You're not so manipulators. Yeah, like people that are manipulative get what they want in life. And you can do that by, I don't think being manipulative is like necessarily a bad thing, right? It's just like charisma, right? You're trying to achieve the outcome that you want for yourself. You're trying to manipulate the situation. I don't think that's a bad thing if you're trying to manipulate the situation in a way that ends up helping everybody, that makes the situation go more smoothly, right? You can be like, oh, but you're tricking them. Well, it's like you're talking to these people to try and like get the outcome you want. I don't like it's persuasion. It's not like you're not being evil. You're not being evil. You're just trying to like make the wedding go more smoothly, you know? If you are like, I'm gonna try and manipulate Jane into kicking Kathy out of the wedding so that way Elliot like realizes what a bitch Kathy is, like that's being like manipulative, like maliciously, right? It came out wrong. I said it in the worst possible way, which I'm very known for. Persuasion versus deception. Yeah, that's a better way of putting it. I don't think you should be deceptive. Yeah, I think you should be diplomatic. I think you should try your best to have a good outcome for everybody. You should try to be diplomatic about this. generally in life, being diplomatic covers all of your bases, right? Because if you be diplomatic to somebody who wronged you, it doesn't feel as good as like saying, fuck you, you piece of shit, I'll fucking kill you, right? But if you say, fuck you, you piece of shit, I'll kill you, and then they attack you, and then it goes to court, like, you're not getting all of like the benefit of the doubt here. You're not getting as favorable of an outcome, even if you were technically in the right. Versus if you were like, you stole my bike, please give me my bike back. I have proof that this is my bike. Here is the proof. I am going to have to contact law enforcement if you do not give me my bike back. And the person says, fuck you, kill yourself. Now you can go to court and you could say, I took all the proper procedures, right? Yeah, it doesn't give them any ammunition. Manipulation and persuasion are synonyms, but manipulation has a lot less positive connotations, yeah. This is like the same situation. Not as extreme. But it's like, if you give Jan the ultimatum and you say, no, I will not come to the wedding unless Kathy is out of it. Well, now you look unreasonable. You would have had a good chance of resolving this issue if you had said, you know, like, I can't be around Kathy. I feel like it's going to make problems for everybody. I'm going to do my best to be, like, diplomatic with her. Or I will be cordial with her, but, like, I believe this is going to cause problems, you know? Then if Kathy causes problems, people aren't looking at you like, oh, well, you started it or whatever, you know? Thank you. Till increase your speech. That's true. I wish I could. I wish I could. Enjoy reasoning with crime. Well, sometimes you can't reason with things, but in shit like this, right? Is it forever that you speak softly and carry a big stick applies here? People are so quick to escalate situations. And I just don't understand why you want that. You know, maybe it makes you feel good. Maybe it makes you feel like you're in power. But for me personally, every time I cover my bases of like, here's like the proper channels. Here's like, let me try and like talk this out. Okay, talking it out's not working. Maybe we can try and like compromise with this or whatever. Okay, don't want to compromise. Okay, well then this is gonna have to like go to like a higher power or whatever. Like, that works out so much better. That works out so much better. Yes, stoicism. If I enjoy scheming, this is the exact opposite of scheming. This is the exact opposite of scheming. Scheming is when you're like, oh, I'm gonna fucking get back at this bitch to like I'm gonna like go behind her back and like fucking call the police on this after I do this and play this and blah, blah, blah. Right, no, it's fucking it's so much simpler. Just break it down easily. Just break it down easily. Guardian Dark Angel, thank you. Pippa, this is a wedding, not a Walmart. Violence isn't the answer. It's like, man, most of humanity is not comprised of rational people. No. And you can't always be, like, rational and diplomatic with people, but, like, most of the time, it works. Most of the time, it works. And a lot of the times, it just doesn't matter to begin with. You can just, like, grow a pair and get over it, right? Asmongold golden rule, you can't logic a person out of an opinion they didn't logic themselves into. Yeah, I believe that. You gotta play it by ear. You gotta play it by ear. Every wedding I've been to has had a fist fight. That's deranged. Sometimes you can see it's not working in sidestep. Yeah. I believe in like choose your battles, right? Choose your battles. Is it worth trying? It is worth trying. You're definitely not the asshole. Have you ever talked to Jane about whether or not this ultimatum is causing issues for her? I think feelings are only important one. I think her feelings are the only important ones here. And if she's happy with this outcome, then you stand your ground. But I'd want to be sure it's not adding stress for her first. There's no way giving her an ultimatum is not causing her stress. I have to disagree. Just because someone's getting married doesn't mean those in their circle are required to accept abuse from them or others. I agree with this as well. I agree with this as well. But I also feel like you could just ignore Kathy. Like, you can choose your battle here. This just does not feel worth it. Do you want the memory of a wedding with your friend and like having a great time and stuff, and then somebody you didn't like was there? Or do you want the memory of I decided not to go to my best friend's wedding because somebody I didn't like was there? And they tried to start shit with me. They tried to start shit with you. Just make sure that they tried to start shit, you know? You don't have to engage. If Jane can't control Kathy, OP is right to set a boundary, and this one is reasonable. It's an odd hill to die on. It is. You can't reason with most people. No, but you can ignore them most of the time. How can you ignore someone screaming at you because you made eye contact with her boyfriend? You just ignore her! Literally just ignore her! If she keeps screaming, other people will kick her out! Think about this for a moment. If Kathy is acting insane at the wedding, other people are going to notice and deal with Kathy! Are you people insane? That doesn't work. You are so dumb. You are so dumb, man. You think somebody screaming at a wedding? Imagine if you were the one screaming at a wedding. Can you get away with screaming at people at a wedding? But a scene was still made at the wedding, and it's Kathy's fault. It's not your fault. You just ignore her. You tried. You tried, all right? You told Jane that this was going to happen, and you were not going to engage with it. And then it happened. If Jane is still mad at you, then you know she's not a reasonable person, and you can fucking deal with that bridge if it comes to that, right? Cross that bridge if it comes to it. You wouldn't have ruined the wedding. The crazy person would have. Exactly. You're not the one that ruined the wedding. You're not the crazy person. Kathy is the crazy person. It is causing issues for her in the sense that it's unsettling. It's unsettled things with Elliot and her mom, etc. She says it's fine and she can handle it, but I feel bad that she's having to. Her wedding shouldn't be about anything other than her relationship. I agree with that. Lord Shelby, thank you. But you always have the option to just grin and bear it and have a normal one. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think everything should be a fight. Like, I think it's good to have boundaries if this was your wedding, right? Or, pretty much just if it was your wedding, right? Like, it would make sense to be like, hey, I don't want this person in my wedding, right? But it's like, you're not the host of the event. You're not the host. And it's somebody of, like, equal importance, right? You're not blood related to them. Kathy's not blood related to them. She's not married to them. You're not married to them. I would say, like, realistically, you're of more importance because it's Jane's wedding and you're her friend and you're bridesmaid and stuff, but, like, come on. And not everything in life requires a response. Sometimes you can just leave people on red, man. Counterpoint, what if Kathy is a conspiracy theorist and therefore based? What? What? Alright. One more? One more? We're doing like one an hour. That's Pippa's method? Yeah. Because it works! It works! Is Kathy's behavior a deal breaker? 87% say yes. Also, the music died. I can fix everybody involved. It's pretty late. It is pretty late. We'll make the next one pretty quick. Not the asshole. All right, let's see this one. Let's see this one. I'm gonna take a quick sip of water. Adriano Vanzetti, thank you. Hey, Pip, it's my birthday. Happy birthday, Adriano. Happy birthday. Alrighty. Am I the asshole for not letting my friend have a girl stay over at my place? I, 25, lived, this was last semester, in a studio apartment. Kitchen is separate but small. I have a buddy who is doing grad school part-time and has been struggling financially. 7192, thank you so much for the raid! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you! I need to, like, drop you a follow. I don't think I've ever followed you, and you've raided me a few times. I feel kind of bad. Hold on. Am I following you? Hold on.
Run for your life.
Ah! You have a Twitter? You do. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. There we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for the raid, raiders. Alrighty. We'll start this from the top. I, 25, lived, this was last semester, in a studio apartment. Kitchen is separate but small. I have a buddy who is doing grad school part-time and he has been struggling financially. So, because he only has classes for 2 days per week and they're back-to-back, I let him stay with me. He sleeps in my room on an inflatable mattress and that was fine for a semester and a half. I don't charge him anything, but he buys me breakfast or coffee, and that's totally fine by me. It's nice to have company and we get along well. 𝐂𝐡𝐚𝐭 Then this girl comes into the equation. He actually met her through me. I'm in the same department as her and I brought him along to a social event and they hit it off. This is not anything new because he pulled the same moves on another girl I know and it didn't work out. Are we poisoning the well, OP? Anyway, they were going on a few dates here and there, but it was nothing serious. Then, a few weeks later, I suggested a little gathering at my place with some close friends, including him, but not her. I only have a small place and she's not a close friend, but at the last minute he asked if he could invite her. I was a bit reluctant because I knew he was into her, so I said sure. I knew she was in town soon to move into a new apartment, so I figured it was because of that. Turns out, no, she was not in town, but traveled like 1.5 hours to attend, which I did not find out until later. I don't think that part matters. 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐿, thank you. I once had a bridezilla take her anger out on my catering crew, and I've never come close to using my knife collection. I've never come so close to using my knife collection for defensive measures. I'm glad you survived, soldier. Pretty Dark Angel, thank you. Guys, be like the Yabbit, leave literally everyone on red. Boy, I think I'm big. Anyway, it was all fine, although they kind of ignored everyone and just sat in the corner giggling to each other, which was awkward. Yeah, that's pretty rude. When it was time for everyone to leave, he asked if she could stay in the room with us. He said that he figured that she could just stay with us because he was staying here and he liked her. Ooh. I was fuming because first of all, I have one room and they're already all over each other and I do not want to be around that. But it felt so calculated and sneaky, definitely. Like, he clearly knew that he was going to ask me this whole time, but he didn't. And he then tried to make me feel bad for her by saying she didn't have all her stuff moved into her apartment. I said that was unfortunately her problem, then left to go to her apartment, which didn't have much bedding, but was fine. I've been cordial, but things have naturally been frosty since. I feel like he took advantage of my kindness, but at the same time, I know he likes her, so I feel a bit bad. They are official now, so clearly things worked out. But am I the asshole? I'm gonna make a poll. Hands down, without beyond a shadow of a doubt, OP is not an asshole. In my opinion. OP is so very much not the asshole. This feels like a very realistic story. I believe this one is real. And he's absolutely not the asshole. He should have put his foot down more. No, I think he was reasonable the entire way through. He has one bedroom, which means these people do not have any privacy at all. But even if they did have privacy, you're still being, you still have a stranger in your house, right? The friend is a creep. The friend is a creep. He should have been a bro? Absolutely not. I am not letting a stranger stay in my house because my friend that doesn't even pay rent. Like, sorry to be that person. I know this is good. I'm gonna sound like a complete asshole here, but like, you don't pay rent. You have no stake in the living situation. You're sleeping on an inflatable mattress. I don't trust you to act within the best interest of the house. Yeah, it's a studio. You're not paying rent. Get bent. It's based. Okay, I'm glad you guys agree with me. I felt like kind of like a greedy asshole saying this, right? Like pulling the money card. But like, when money's involved in the situation, it adds another layer, right? If you're paying for like an equal share of the apartment, I believe you should have some rights to the apartment, right? Rights equal to the other person that is paying rent. But that also assumes that like you set out these boundaries ahead of time of like, if you were like ahead of time and you're both paying rent, no overnight guests, right? Then it's like, okay, no overnight guests. That's like the end of it, right? But it would still be like a tricky situation of like springing on last minute. But like, even I would give the friend like greater leniency if he was paying like half of the rent, right? Because then it's like, well, it's half of his house too. Okay, thank you, off topic, but I really enjoyed your streams and finally became a member. Also, OP is not an asshole. That's reasonable. OP is not that dude's dad. Friend overstepped. Absolutely, friend way overstepped. Background noise. Thank you. Just stay at the girl's place. Yeah. Just go over to the girl's place. OP's apartment is not a group hostel. Exactly. If she brought her friend, that would solve this entire situation. Was he expecting OP to step out or step in the cuck chair and watch? It's like, that's a stranger in your house. Like, it's just not appropriate. It's just not appropriate to ask. Yeah, they have an inflatable mattress to use. It's easy. It's you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. It's kind of weird in general. Yeah. I think it was rude and like it was overstepping already to invite somebody that was not part of the close friend group. That was already overstepping, right? Not to an offensive degree. It's not the stranger part, Pippa. It's the sex with an eye shot. Well, they're in different rooms, I think, right? Or oh wait, no. Oh wait, yeah, no, it is a studio. Yeah, so, oh god. So it's like an extra, like massively, yeah, only one room. God, massively overstepping with the second part. It's no good. Do you want to watch OP pull up a chair, bro? God. God, that's terrible. OP is hands down not the asshole. This is horrible. The friend, maybe this is extreme on my part, but if my friend did this, if I'm renting a place and I'm letting my friend stay over and he's not paying any rent, he's just like maybe buying breakfast and coffee sometimes, and it's a studio apartment, I'd be like, I like, this is mean, but it's like, man, you gotta like start finding like a different place. Like if anything like this happens again, right? Like one time he oversteps, okay, maybe, but I'd warn him. You know, I'd have to warn him. Like that's too weird. That's too weird. Yeah, those two need their own place. You can't like violate the boundaries like that and get off scot-free. This is you might need to be looking for another place to live. I said yes because I want my friend to have a good time. Oh my god. They didn't get out of Dodge. It's fine for him to sleep there, but if he wants to get it on, he needs to get his own damn place. Also, the woman's alright with this? This is deranged. It's weird that the friend got upset, that's all, yeah. Yeah, extended trust and it got abused, absolutely. It's your place, not theirs, you need to set up some rules, yeah. A warning at the very least is completely fair, yeah. Maybe not like full on kicking him out, but like, you gotta warn him, man. You gotta let him know this behavior is not something that can continue at all going forward. That's just too much. Is OP the asshole? 88% said no. Beggars can't be chooser? Yeah. She wants a guy sleeping on an inflatable mattress. Classy. friend was scheming from the start. The friend was absolutely taking advantage of the situation. Alright. Thank you guys so much for this night of judging whether or not OP is or is not the asshole. Do you want my super chat list? Yeah. Yes, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's been interesting. A lot of assholes tonight, in my opinion. In my opinion. A lot of people were complete fucking scumbags during this. 𝐂𝐚𝐬𝐿, thank you. Hi, Pippa. Been watching you for a few months and love your streams. I work out to them. Can I get some encouragement? My goal is to lose 45 pounds. Hell yeah! You go, Caitlin! I believe in you. You're gonna lose all that weight and then some, and you're gonna be so proud of yourself. It's gonna be hard after you lose the water weight, but after you get past that point, you know, you'll be in the habit, and I believe in you. You got this shit. You got this. Alrighty. Quickly checks DMs. Alright. Okay, all good. All good. Good night, good night! Get the gains, hell yeah. I am going to catch up with the super chats. Ezra Forever, thank you. Once again reminding you to grab that $100 from your bathroom if you didn't catch yesterday's stream. I got it already, I got it. So you mentioned it, but it's still a lot of money. I told you and I won't stop reminding you. I got it, it's fine! And then I found $5 on my floor and I kept like ignoring it, and it's like I should not leave any money lying around on the floor. That was kind of shitty of me. So I eventually picked it up and put it in my wallet. But I was like, it's fine there. I know where it is. I know where it is. It's not gonna walk away on me. Yeah, the ants could steal it, true. Alright. I'll throw up another one on stream for you guys to just like read over if you would like. But I'm gonna read the super chats. Lee Pao Yang, thank you. Pippa needs to sing Pippa the Rippa for stream as punishment for being late. Sarah, thank you. Imposter less than 15 minutes late. Jordan, thank you. Come Big TV. Background noise, thank you. Have you started a new plate collection? Charlie Spur, thank you. Everything is fine until the trash is waist deep. Prof Telparian, thank you. Hey Pips, my girlfriend says I have you on the TV too much, so it's with a heavy heart that I'm looking to rehome her. Do you know any good non-kill shelters? Chat, does anybody need a girlfriend? Background noise, thank you. Can't believe you do that to Dutch Bros. Malcolm Lang, thank you. Man typed his essay and typed Easter wrong. 𝐭𝐸, thank you. Do you have a favorite holiday season? This might be strange to say, but my favorite holiday season is like Easter, because all the cute pastel stuff and all the rabbit stuff comes out. I don't know. And it's one of those holidays where people like pretty much have to go outside for it, right? So it's like a good wholesome holiday. That's good. I like Easter. Easter's good. Super Bear, thank you. My wife doesn't hate her family and wants to spend time with them on Christmas. Am I the asshole for German suplexing her down a well? 𝐭𝐸, thank you. Do you tell guests some house rules? Me? Like just in general? Like if it's holiday and there's guests over? Yes, absolutely. Take your shoes off in the house. Don't leave the pets outside. Keep the doors shut. Lock the door behind you when you enter and exit. Like common sense stuff, right? Like I'm not gonna be like, you better pick up after yourself, because like I kind of view it as like the other people are on vacation, right? Like for me personally, it's not the end of the world if I need to pick up after other people while they're staying at my house for a holiday, right? Because it's like I assumed that responsibility. I am fine with taking it on. I want other people to prioritize having a good time rather than worrying about like did they leave like a dish lying around, right? Like I don't want them to worry about that kind of thing. Cozy White Bear, thank you. I had a B-day a few days ago, but haven't managed to be on stream until today. Can I get a happy birthday? Happy birthday, Cozy White Bear. I hope you had an absolutely wonderful birthday. You have surely had a good birthday since then, right? As well, you know, watching streams, you know. My brain's fried. Can you tell if it's your mess versus their mess? Usually, yeah, because I don't know, like you just know, right? You just know. The only thing that like messes me up is like cans and water bottles, right? Where it's like I don't know if this is my can or somebody else's can. Like that's the only thing that can be difficult at times. 𝐂𝐚𝐭, thank you. How real are those Reddit stories though? Oh, the Burkle Hopper, thank you. Of course, people wouldn't care if people are late. Just these nuts, thank you. That my family tell them 6 to have them. Oh, tell my family to show up at 6 and they show up at 7. That's kind of annoying, but it's whatever. It's whatever, you know, like. Again, you gotta like pick your battles, right? You gotta pick your battles. I don't mind if other people are late because I am having a good time regardless, you know? But I also usually operate under the assumption that other people are going to like fuck up. So it's great when they don't fuck up. But like the only time where I'm gonna be like really pissed if you're late is if it's like, okay, everybody's sitting here waiting to eat, but we can't start eating because you didn't show up, right? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's rude, but if it's at like a restaurant or something, I think what the best thing to do is to be like, hey, we're gonna order our food. Do you want us to order anything for you? What do you want off the menu? Right? Like, don't even give them the option if it's at like another place. Or, you know, we'll set a plate out for you. You can just make your dish when you get here. Or what do you want us to put on your dish? You know, like don't give them the option of making other people wait for them. Because even if it's not intentional, they'll do it, right? Baxter, thank you. You're doing good, Pips. Thank you, thank you. Done that a couple times. It's just kind of like what you have to do most of the time. Because people... Yeah. Background noise, thank you. Make a poll to see what chat thinks. Music and fiction, thank you. I'm happy to not have this issue because I don't celebrate holidays. If I'm forced to host a holiday, we have stinky Korean or Pakistani food. Emperor Zerg, thank you. Private Kane, thank you. Divorced RTA, any percent. Chris Long, thank you. Abandoning his wife doesn't really help the situation. It sucks, but that's life sometimes. Chloe Shelving, thank you. How is she going to change from him being gullible unless there are other consequences to her actions? I don't remember what this was in reference to. QPNG, thank you. Saying that she doesn't care about her being saying that he doesn't care about her being unhappy with it and not elaborating about it puts a sour taste in my mouth. Alright, Gymnast, thank you. Since Sunday is Easter, aren't you gonna lay eggs? Apache, thank you. It's like letting a child do something on their own so they learn that it doesn't work. You can tell them 1,000 times about failure is the best teacher. Sometimes. I just don't think you should include living creatures in that situation. Apache, thank you. It's like letting a child do something on their own. I read that one. CE Chad, thank you. Understandably a little angry, but the dude needs to put his foot down and talk to the other family himself about it instead of going through his wife. Ash, thank you. Trial by combat is the only solution left. Arclight, thank you. Recently had a lady in Melbourne get sick of hosting dinner, so she made beef Wellington with poison mushrooms and ganked them all. Kind of base. Take the dick, thank you. The actual Sigma option would be to let the family come over, leave for the bar before they arrive, and choke drunk and belligerent later in the night. No more family holidays at your house. Hell yeah. Dan Tran, thank you. As it has been said, both are a-holes. They need to be able to work together as a team. The wife needs to respect their agreements and the husband needs to grow a set and tell the in-laws no, can't run away, our marital problems will continue. Holy long stream. Yeah, a little bit long. A little bit long. True story, look it up. Rick Bain, thank you. No, but the family still brings over? I am curious. I'm gonna have to like look it up. Jim James, thank you. DSP moment. It's 1:13 in the morning, sorry. Anowski reacted, thank you. One night in ER is like a 5-star hotel cost. Background noise, thank you. Pippa was on a continental flight in her bedroom. Falling over, thank you. I was living with my sister at the time, and I passed out while standing. When I woke, my heart was beating irregularly. Far Hunger, thank you. They didn't know what was wrong with me, but they did give me a horse tranquilizer. 8 out of 10 was pretty good ER experience. Infernal Saxon, thank you. Knew a guy whose parents didn't believe his appendix had burst. He was in agony till next morning when they finally took a bid. Ezra Forever, thank you. My brother of 24 years doesn't have his license either. Medical problems can cause such. Either I drive him or his boyfriend does. Dilson 10, thank you. Sorry about the blood in your Kia. but still only giving you 3 stars. Kotaro Complex, thank you. Am I the asshole? My girlfriend blacked out and had a mild seizure. I immediately brought her to the hospital. It turns out she was just super dehydrated and ended up costing her $8,000 after all the tests. No, you're not the asshole. Because if she had died, she'd be dead. Like, no, you're not the asshole. You didn't know what was happening, so you took, like, a reasonable course of action to ensure that she would be okay. You're not the asshole. Is the medical system the asshole for charging her $8,000? Yeah. But not much you can do about that, so you did your best. People die when they are killed. Yeah, I mean, if she died, she'd be dead. Like, I mean, come on. Like, she's gonna get angry at you because, like, you potentially saved her life. She had a fucking seizure. What if she had hit her head when she fell and had, like, internal bleeding or something? You don't know. She doesn't know. I think it's insane when people are like, how dare you try and save my life? Yeah, it turned out fine, but you didn't know it was going to turn out fine until it turned out fine. Welcome, Lang. Thank you. Outlived inflation. Have free super. Also, going to get a Desert Eagle. Please help me pick 1. Gold with tiger stripe. 2, just gold plate. 3, black chrome. Gold with tiger stripe. Hands down. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the $100 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. People get sued for saving someone here before? Yeah, that's fucked up. PepsiCo Oregon Farming Division, thank you. Am I the asshole for just doing my job? It's not my fault. It adds flavor. Falling over, thank you. Crazy girlfriend was giving a relationship test. OP failed. Background noise, thank you. Crawling there is also an option. PepsiCo, thank you once again. My soup is ignored by the pink woman. Dorchadas, thank you. Please tell my enemy AJ to stay up later. AJ, you better stay up. Welcome, Lang, thank you. With sufficient tips that Uber will move just fine. Sideways, thank you. He should have called anyway, but in that instance, I'm not sure he had the presence of mind to think that. Therefore, he isn't the asshole just because he didn't. I think that's fair. It's very easy to say, like, you should have done this. But, like, when you're in, like, chaotic situations and stuff, it's really hard. You know? You can't expect everybody to think of every option all the time. You know, like, people make mistakes. Hindsight's 20/20, yeah. I think it's fair to say it would have been better if you had done this, but not gonna, like, unless it's like a dire emergency, you know, like, I'm not gonna fucking hold it against you. Welcome, Lang, thank you. I think OP is obfuscating some details. Dash, thank you. You can still read some of that post on the main page. Black Sheep Boy, thank you. Should have rehomed the wife. Nick, thank you. It says in the first part that she pestered him until he agreed. The time to put his foot down was before the dog got involved. Feel bad for the pup. He agreed to a shelter dog. He didn't agree to a specific shelter dog, not to the dog that they had ended up getting. Quantified metal, thank you. Wife is manipulative for trying to exploit his childhood memories. Neglecting the puppy is not an appropriate response. Both are complete redditors. True. Good, thank you. The dog is the only one who isn't an asshole in the story. Dimbliz, thank you. Are they both sociopaths and manipulate each other? Tonglia, thank you. My dog ate my brother's hamster. Oh. Dash, thank you. He should have eaten it. Easy solution. Auxiliary character, thank you. Hi, Reddit. I, 15 female, tried to get the attention of a cute girl in my class by chewing on her hoodie string, so she gave me a weird look, so I quit. Am I the asshole? The okay, thank you. Sounds like mom should get a felony. Durandus, thank you. The male thing is a federal crime. Yeah, but, like, come on. What are you gonna do? Like, take your mom to court? No. The kid's 17. I hate when people are like that, right? Like, I'm not saying you guys... Well, one of you said take it to court, but, like, come on. Yeah, actually, my mom opened my mail and now she's pestering me for my inheritance. I'm gonna sue her. Come on, he's 17. Bro. It's a federal crime? Cares? What, bro, come on. It's your fucking mom. And you're 17 years old. And she opened your mail. You're gonna sue her? No. She's gotta learn somehow. You're insane! You guys are insane! You're not suing your mother at age 17 because she opened your mail. Shut the fuck up. Welcome, Liang, thank you. Not written equals didn't happen. Pretty much true. Hey, Greenie, thank you. Pippin knows she got money and now she's corrupted. Tom the Mouse Stick, thank you. This is creative writing and attention seeking. Watch me? Yeah, you go do that. Okay, thank you. Blood of the Covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Malios D, thank you. Blood is thicker than water, but right and wrong are thicker than blood. Nick, thank you. If the mom got involved, I'd imagine OP would help them. Being pressured to help has soured the whole thing. Yeah. Hopefully. I like the Spike Man, thank you. So anyway, about the blood stuff, I mean, I grew up with my little sister, pretty much raised her, and I really didn't get along with either of my parents. They were always at work, so it created a gap. Anyway, we ate our neighbor. Oh. Doctor, the Nocturnal, thank you. Guy expires and she still wants to tell him how to spend his money. Background noise, thank you. Every day is her day with that attitude. Sergeant Buck, thank you. I do catering for a living. Brides are the absolute worst. Background noise, thank you. Those staring children are mining the diamonds. Apache, thank you. White sapphire looks prettier and is much cheaper. Captain Seatar, thank you. Only the finest of blood diamonds for Mayoshi. James Hill, thank you. Slight counterpoint. Gold is a good investment. Dumbliz, thank you. I think you can develop the ability to persuade others to your side, but you need to be moral enough to not abuse that ability. Very true. I think... Chat, here's my supervillain take. I think you should do what you must to get what you want in life. Right? You should attain as much power and as much money as you can. But only realistically. And not at the active expense of others. You know what I mean? Might makes right. Unfortunately, yes. You know? Like that's not like a nice thing to say, right? But like I think at the end of the day, everybody's fighting to survive, right? And it makes sense to have as many skills as you can to survive in life, right? And I very much respect people that are like massive charisma, fucking level 100 machines, right? Where they can like schmooze anyone, they can like get exactly what they want just by like talking other people up and stuff. It's like I don't think that's a bad thing unless you're using it for like evil, right? If you're like using it to like scam people, like that's fucked up, right? I don't think you should scam people. I don't think you should actively hurt other people. But at the same time, I don't think it's like you need to be self-sacrificing all of the time, right? I think sometimes in order to protect yourself, you have to hurt other people. And that's just like what life is. You know what I mean? And I don't want to encourage the mindset of like you need to be self-sacrificing all of the time. You need to be giving away all of your possessions all of the time. Does this spark joy? Whatever. Spaceman, thank you. Pippa never sued her mom as a minor and it shows. Basically, it's okay to be selfish sometimes. Yeah, it's like I can't fault people for protecting themselves. You know? But what if the thief really likes my bike? I think in this hypothetical, if your bike gets stolen, you should try and get your bike back. Because that is your bike. Right? I think you should try and take the reasonable avenues that you can to get your bike back. I think if you see your bike laying around in public and you know it's your bike, you should steal your bike back. It would suck if your bike was sold to somebody else and they're an innocent party in this situation and you are now stealing from them. But it's your bike. You should take it back. That's how I feel on that situation. They need to pay compensation though. They don't, like, you can try and push people to pay you compensation, but realistically, good luck. Good luck. You're not going to. You're not going to be able to get anything out of them. What are you going to do? Beat their ass and risk assault charges? Come on. Steal your bike back if you can. I don't think you should 100% rely on, like, the police to get your bike back. The police are not going to get your bike back. They don't care. Right? I think you should cover your bases by filing a police report that your bike was stolen. Because it will help you in the future if somebody comes at you and is like, you stole my bike, right? It's like, well, no, I just took back property that was originally mine, you know? Like, it makes things like a little bit easier on you. It's still not gonna like save you or whatever, but it's like you're going through all the proper channels to the best of your abilities. You know what I mean? How do you prevent them stealing it again? Or stealing again? Bro, that's not your fucking job. What are you gonna do? Kill them? That's the only way to stop people from stealing again. Is to fucking kill them. Thieves are thieves. Like, maybe this is like a really cynical take, man. But like, the people that go around stealing bikes are just fucking thieves. And they're just gonna keep doing it. Desu, thank you. Pippa, I'm way too drunk to know what's going on in the story at all. Can we just dismiss it as multiple woman moment? Move on. Back on noise, thank you. OP's apartment is not a group hostel. True. Violence, mohaha. Go ahead, thank you. Buy a bike lock? I mean, you can. I would suggest buying a bike lock, but that's not gonna stop people from stealing your bike. If somebody wants to take your bike, they're gonna take your bike, bro. It doesn't matter if you have a bike lock on it. They'll just come back with a fucking bike, a lock cutter. I mean... Nah. If somebody wants your shit, they're gonna take your shit. You just have to be prepared. To the best of your ability. Why does it say I have no upcoming streams? Come on, YouTube. Alright. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. My name's Pipkin! Pippa. I'm sorry if I'm jaded and cynical. Michael 3, thank you. Better idea, buy a mag light and surprise them. I'm trying to open up the stream redirect thing. Thank you for not stealing my bike, Pippa. You were stream-based rabbit? Why is the stream thing not opening? Bolt cutters do struggle with high test chain and heavy duty locks. Not perfect though. Yeah, but like the amount of money that you'd spend on a lock that is like equipped to make bike locks, make bolt cutters a struggle, like that's a lot of money. You can't be spending all your money on everything, you know what I mean? Good investment. That's not to say it's not a good investment, but like... It just like is what it is sometimes, you know what I mean? It just is what it is. Why is this not opening? Okay, I don't know if I can raid anybody because my YouTube is fucking broken and it's not opening the thing. I'm clicking the edit button and nothing is popping up. Like to raid somebody on YouTube, you have to click the edit button and then it'll pop up and then you click through a few menus to get to the redirect. But it's just not working. Manual raid? Maybe manual raid? YouTube breaking day that ends with Y. I heard from somebody else that they tried to end their stream and it wouldn't, like it ended on their thing, but it didn't actually end on YouTube. Okay, now I click it and it's like pseudo refreshing the page. What the fuck? You know, I am going to do a very unofficial raid. And I'm not gonna raid anybody in particular. I am just going to paste a link to this. Oh. And pin it. Did I pin the right message? No, I did not. Okay. You guys can take a look at all the upcoming streams and all the talents that are currently live through this link. That's schedule.phase-connect.com. Pick whoever you want to watch. Go for it. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. My name's Pipkin Pippa. I'll see you tomorrow. Hold the grains. Till the football's away. Till the football's away. Till the football's away. Till the... Oh, yeah, thank you. They took my bike, so I took care enough to through diplomatic means, tracked them down and diplomatically downed them with my car. Took my bike now. Now what? Make sure there's no evidence left. Hide the body.